Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any items for the record?
I have no items this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will proceed to the first item on this afternoon's agenda. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 282, when the legislature left, pending were an amendment to the bill from Senator Reapy as well as a floor amendment to that amendment from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Senator Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, when we adjourned for lunch, I had run through all of my times to speak on the amendment, and so that's why we're here. We're at the close of the amendment. Yay. This floor amendment strikes Section 1. If you want to know what Section 1 is, check out AM 1354. You should check out AM 1354 regardless, because AM 1354 is like $26 million. So before you vote for it, you should probably know what it is. I have had a practice of not voting for pretty much everything, just kind of present, not voting on most things. This particular one, when it comes down to it, I will likely vote for AM 1354 because I do think that we should pay our debts. So if people are wondering why, like, oh my goodness, she finally voted for something, that is going to be the reason. I think we should pay our debts. I think that's part of the function of government. And when we lose, like the lawsuits that we are paying out for, when we lose, I think we should be good losers and we should just move forward. So it's not easy to lose. I lose all the time, constantly, like every single vote. Now, they don't seem like big losses, perhaps, but honestly, they are losses every time. Like every time I'm like, oh, 3 people voted with me. Oh, no people voted with me. That's a loss. So it's, it's hard to lose. It hurts to lose, but I do it every day, multiple times a day. And the one lesson that I have definitely learned from all of the losses I have incurred this year is that it is important to not wallow in it. It is important to get up and to move forward, because there's always something else that needs my attention. And if I just stay focused in the loss, then I'm going to have a real hard time getting anything else accomplished. So I know my kids had soccer again this weekend. They have soccer every weekend. They also have soccer this week and next weekend and the next and the next. They don't play baseball or softball yet. That will take up even more time if they do decide to play that. So yeah. How much time do I have left, Mr. President?
150.
What, 115 or 150?
150.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll go to a vote on this. I have other floor amendments pending. You all know the drill. Do one vote against Senator Kavanaugh, do the next vote against Senator Kavanaugh. It's a whole do-si-do dance against Senator Kavanaugh. I do think on whatever I have pending next, I'm going to get back to reading the budget or the statutes. I started looking in these statute books, and it's kind of fun. That's right. I pulled one for a change in rates. I'm going to go revisit that when I
1
have
minute.
my next motion or amendment or whatever I have next pending. I'm going to revisit the statute book that I've pulled because I was reading the statute book on the NUSF, Nebraska Universal Service Funds regulations, statutory regulations. And I was reading about that, and it had about rate changes and referenced another statute about rate changes. And so I thought we could go on that statutory journey together this afternoon. And so that's what we'll do. I think we're getting close on time here. So I would just ask for a call the House and a machine vote if so. Thank you.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record.
13 ayes, 10 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are now present. Question before the body is the approval of FA 96. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Has everyone voted who would like to? Record, Mr. Clerk.
0 ayes, 31 nays on the adoption of FA 96.
The motion is not adopted. Raise the call. Clerk, for the next item.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote just taken on FA 96.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. See? 31 red votes against me. Look how good I am at losing. But I did notice that there were 36 potential votes, which means 36 people checked in because it was a call of the House. So we're missing a few. If this were a cloture vote in the next minute or two, all it would take is 4 people to not vote for cloture for the bill to die. This is why it's important to show up to work, friends. Okay. So let's see here. I was looking up 75-101, Public Service Commission. And so it's 75-101 to all the way through -158. Oh, gotta get in the queue. Okay. Ooh. Public Service Commission districts, numbers, boundaries established by maps, Clerk of the Legislature, Secretary of State duties. Does the Clerk of the Legislature do the district maps? No, I'm just kidding. I know you don't. Based on the 2010 census population by the United States Department of Commerce, Bureau of the Census, the state of Nebraska is hereby divided into 5 Public Service Commissioner districts, and each Public Service Commissioner district shall be entitled to 1 member. The numbers and boundaries of the districts are designated and established by maps identified and labeled as maps, PSC 11-1, PSC 11-2, PSC 11-3, PSC 11-4, and PSC 11-5, filed with the Clerk of the Legislature and incorporated by reference as part of Laws 2011 LB 700. And then 3. I think this might be outdated. I think there's an updated from the 2020. When did we do redistricting? 2021? 2021 redistricting maps. Yes. We redid the maps in 2021. So this is outdated, but I think that there's the updated, it's sitting up there, and I just did not grab the book that has the updated. It probably just says the same information except for laws in 2021, LB, whatever number that bill was. The Clerk of the Legislature shall transfer possession of the maps referred to in subsection 2 of this section to the Secretary of State on May 27, 2011. When questions of interpretation of district boundaries arise, the maps referred to in subsection 2 of this section in possession of the Secretary of State shall serve as the indication of the legislative intent in drawing the district boundaries. Each election commissioner or county clerk shall obtain copies of the maps referred to in the subsection 2 of this section for the election commissioners or clerks county of the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State shall also have available for viewing on his or her website the maps referred to in subsection 2 of this section, identifying the boundaries of the districts. 75-101.02, Public Service Commission districts, population figures, and maps basis. For the purposes of section 75-101.01, the legislature adopts the official population figures and maps from the 2010 Census Redistricting Public Law 94-171. Tiger/lines shapefiles. I don't know what that is. Published by the United States Department of Commerce, Bureau of the Census. Okay. 75-101.03 repealed laws 2001. I'm guessing that there's another one in the book up there that repeals laws 2011. 75-102, Commissioner's Official Oath. Before entering upon the duties of office, each of the commissioners shall take and subscribe to the oath of office prescribed in the Constitution of Nebraska and shall, in addition thereto, swear that he or she is not directly or indirectly interested in any common carrier or jurisdictional utility subject to the provisions of Chapter 75, nor in the bonds, stock, mortgages, securities, contracts, or earnings of any such common carrier or jurisdictional utility, and that he or she will, to the best of his or her ability, faithfully and justly execute and enforce the duties devolving upon him or her as such commissioner, which oath shall be filed with the Secretary of State. Vacancies and appointments. The governor shall fill all vacancies in the office of commissioner by appointment, and a person so appointed shall fill such office for the unexpired term. We just saw that this year. 75-104, commissioners' salary, commissioners and employees' expenses when allowed. 1, until January 4, 2007, the annual salary of each commissioner shall be $50,000. Commencing January 4, 2007, the annual salary of each commissioner shall be $75,000. Ooh, we haven't increased the salary since 2007. 2, each commissioner shall be entitled to receive from the state his or her mileage expenses incurred while traveling in the line of duty to and from his or her residence to the office of the Public Service Commission in Lincoln pursuant to the following conditions. A, the Public Service Commission has adopted and promulgated rules and regulations establishing guidelines for allowable reimbursement of such mileage expenses, except that such mileage rate shall not exceed the mileage rate established by the Department of Administrative Services pursuant to Section 81-1176. B, the request for such reimbursement falls within such guidelines. And C, the total amounts authorized for such reimbursement of mileage expenses in any fiscal year does not cause the total expenses to exceed the total funds appropriated to the program established for commissioners' expenses. In addition thereto, the commissioners, executive directors, clerks, and other employees of the commission shall be entitled to receive from the state their actual necessary traveling expenses, including the cost of transportation while traveling on the business of the commission, to be paid in the same manner as other requests for payment or reimbursement from the state. In computing the cost of transportation for the commissioners, executive director, clerks, and other employees, no mileage or other traveling expenses shall be requested or allowed under sections 81-1174 to 81-1177 are strictly complied with, unless they are, 74-104.01, commissioner salary increase when effective. Section 75-104 shall be so interpreted as to effectuate its general purpose to provide in the public interest adequate compensation as therein provided for public service commissioners and to permit a change in such salaries as soon as the same may become operative under the Constitution of the state of Nebraska. 75-105, seal office employees. The commissioners shall be known collectively as the Public Service Commission and shall have a seal which may be either an engraved or ink stamp seal, similar to the seal of the state, in the words of Public Service Commission of Nebraska included thereon. They shall be furnished with offices and with necessary furniture, stationery, and supplies immediately after a newly elected member of the commission has taken the oath of office prescribed in section 75-102. The commission shall meet at Lincoln and organize. The commission shall also appoint employees as may be necessary to perform the duties which may be required of the commission. 75-106, executive director qualifications, salary, duties, fees for transcripts. Any person
1
who is
minute.
eligible, thank you, Mr. President, is eligible to hold the office of commissioner shall also be eligible to hold the office of executive director. The salary of the executive director shall be fixed by the commission. What? A member of the commission can also be the executive director? That seems odd. Mike Hibble, legal counsel for transportation, was at one point the executive director for the Public Service Commission. Part of the reason that he is so knowledgeable about the Public Service Commission. Also, he's just a knowledgeable individual, but there you go. The salary of the executive director shall be fixed by the compensation payable monthly. The executive director shall take the same oath as the commissioners. The executive director shall keep full and correct minutes of all transactions and proceedings of the commission, and it shall be his or her duty to, upon and being paid the lawful fees, therefore, furnish a transcript duly authenticated by the
Time.
commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I know that some of these issues have been raised generally, but just wanted to kind of reaffirm some of my questions in regards to the funding sources in the settlement piece and the state claims bill. And I know that this was brought forward during general file debate on the budget last week. And I've had a opportunity to talk briefly with Senator Riepe as chair of the Business and Labor Committee, which always handles the state claims bill, just a little bit about trying to get a better understanding about how this may have come to fruition. Now, definitely, I don't mean to paint with too broad a brush, and if I'm wrong, I'm sure somebody will correct me, but typically the state claims bills are, of course, paid for out of general funds. We typically have lawsuits that are settled or other sort of settlements on this contract piece underlying the measure that's been talked about a great deal thus far, that the state needs to pay its bills on. They go through an arduous process in regards to the risk management, and then a proposal is put forward to Business and Labor about claims presented to the state and which ones we should pay and which ones we should deny. And then the Committee of Jurisdiction at Business and Labor has a chance to kind of sort through those recommendations and then make any adjustments as they see fit after that process plays out. So, and in visiting with Senator Riepe, he kind of agreed with my general thinking on it, that these measures are presented and they usually give a thumbs up or a thumbs down from the Business and Labor perspective without getting too deep into the weeds about the funding source. And, you know, the funding source in question here on one of the settlements on a technology piece that has raised a lot of questions, and legitimate, important questions, about why these are being paid out of behavioral health funds. And I mean, on the one hand, if there's underutilized funds that can be committed to help advance state interests, I think that's something that we should look at. However, I think it also begs the question, if there are $5 million plus in unobligated behavioral health funds sitting in the Department of Health and Human Services, we should be asking harder and deeper questions about why those are not pushed out to meet the behavioral health needs for Nebraskans, and working, you know, carefully with the department, with mental health and behavioral health service providers and Nebraskans in need. And I know that there have been solutions, proposals brought forward in the past to say, if for some reason these funds are bottlenecked or not being utilized to their best and highest purpose aligned with legislative intent, then if we need to make statutory changes to push these resources out to the front lines for behavioral health providers that need them, let's make those changes. Let's not just sit on a stack of resources in the Department of Health and Human Services that then we can pilfer or plunder for other purposes, like settling a disputed IT contract. So I really do hope that we can have a better and clearer understanding of thank you, Mr. President, why it's important to pay for our state claims with general funds as we typically do, which shows the true nature and obligation thereof, and of course are the most flexible, and that we have a much deeper and broader discussion and hopefully a better solution on, if there's $5 million plus sitting in some pot of money at Department of Health and Human Services that's meant to advance mental health care and behavioral health care in Nebraska, those dollars should be out on the front lines as quickly as possible. If there's some reason that prevents that, we should address that solution, and we shouldn't allow those to be swept or captured for state claims purposes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. I appreciate Senator, I was reading about the PSC, but Senator Conrad brought up some excellent points about the funds and the behavioral health funds for this. So I should probably go back to talking about the budget. We've got I don't know if anybody took the time over the weekend, if you didn't read it last week, to read the budget, or if you're just hoping that we'd come back and I would read it for you onto the mic. Well, twist my arm. Okay, I'll read it. Part of just reading it, the benefit is you come across things. Reading it out loud, you really come across things like, oh, what is this? This is curious. So I will go back to that. So I'm going to start on transportation, since transportation was the theme of the morning. So the Martian, page 152, set the highway cash fund appropriation level estimated to result in a total average fuel tax of 29.1 cents in FY24 and 29.1 cents in FY25. Set the highway cash fund appropriation at a level estimated to result in the total fuel tax. It just says that again, agency-wide. Okay. The department's current best estimate is that the highway cash fund appropriation of $494 million in FY24 will result in a total fuel tax of 29.1 cents, 0.8 cent variable tax and 12 cent wholesale tax, plus 9.5 cent state tax, plus 6.8 cent local fixed tax. That's how we get to the 29.1 cents. A highway cash fund appropriation of $502 million in FY25 will result in a total fuel tax of 29.1 cents, which is made up of, again, 8 cents variable tax, 12 cent wholesale tax, 9.5 cents at 8 tax, 6.8 cents local fixed tax. So for every gallon of gasoline that you purchase, 29.1 cents of that goes to this fund. The current FY23 highway cash fund appropriation of $480 million is $480 million. The average fuel tax for FY23 is 26.9 cents per gallon. So we are increasing the fuel tax. Just a little FYI, when you vote for the budget, we are increasing the fuel tax from 26.9 cents to 29.1 cents. So that is 2.2 cents per gallon. Automated Weather Observing System, or AWS, AWOS. Automated Weather Observing System, AWS, NDOT is requesting a cash appropriation increase of $211,555 in both FY23-24 and FY24-25 to replace
1 minute.
Thank you. 6 of the original 8 automatic weather observation stations, AWS, during the 23-25 biennium. These units are part of the original 8 AWS system purchased nearly 20 years ago. Aeronautics technicians repair them as needed, but also schedule replacements as the equipment nears the end of their useful life. Generally 15 years, or when regular service checks indicate the equipment may be approaching failure. These older units are currently functional, but are no longer supported by the manufacturer. As a result, if the unit fails, it may not be repairable as there is a limited supply of parts available. This is kind of like tube TVs. Yeah, you can fix them if you can find another old tube TV, because you can't get the parts otherwise. Replacement of these units before failure will allow NDOT to maintain the integrity of statewide weather reporting system. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Senator Reapy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is something that I might normally say for closing, but I did speak with Senator Clements, obviously Chairman of the Appropriations, and he provided some very helpful and insightful information on two of the bills in terms of, because we have talked about where the source of funds and why they came from, those particular sources. The 5.5 million for WIPRO came from the Behavioral Health Services as fund, as we've talked about, and those funds are in excess of $52 million. Therefore, the other option would have been to put some of those funds back into general file and then take those general files and pay this. The second one of the four is the $18,750,000 for the State Highway Patrolman. And that money is coming from the cash reserve fund. I simply wanted to clarify that, and I want to thank Senator Clements for clarifying that with me. I yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reapy. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third time.
Thank you. And then I have my closing, correct? Yes. Okay. Okay. The weather replacement service. The equipment supplements Federal Aviation Administration, FAA systems, and also produces reports available for use by the aviation community, the FAA, the National Weather Service, and the general public. State-owned airfield construction services. State-owned airfields construction services. NDOT is requesting a cash appropriation of $234,260 in FY23, 24, and FY24, 25 for safety improvements at 2 of the 3 state-owned airfields. NDOT operates and maintains the Harvard, Scribner, and Fairmont state airfields. A recent inspection by the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, identified safety improvements that must be completed, as NDOT is contractually obligated to the FAA to maintain the 3 state-owned airfields in a safe and serviceable manner. The Fairmont Airfield has a pavement drop-off that is too severe along the runway edge. This is a safety issue that requires the pavement to be replaced. The Harvard Airfield also needs pavement repair on the apron and taxiway. In addition, the airfield drainage, which is original to the airfield from World War II times, is failing in places and requires work. These projects will be funded with revenue originating from the operation of the state-owned airfields, as well as interest income from the state-owned airfields trust fund. Revenue from these 2 sources must be spent on state-owned airfields unless a diversion is approved by the FAA. There's this new show. It's got Rob Lowe and his son on it, and I can't remember what it's called. I think it's on the Peacock Network. Maybe. Anyways, he's like a scientist, developer. He has this big company. His wife dies, and his son comes back to stay with him to help him with the company because he's struggling with the death of his wife. It's a comedy, but he's struggling with the death of his wife. And so his son comes back. They've kind of been estranged. The mom was like the glue that held them together. Anyways, the son comes back and is trying to help his dad because his son is actually also a scientist, even though he plays the flute. I can't remember now what musical instrument. He plays some musical instrument and he plays it very well, but he also is a scientist. So he's able to help out in the scientist lab development, whatever, product development. Why am I talking about this? I don't know. No, I do know. There's an episode about concrete. So they're like under the wire, the board is going to vote him out, and they're trying to come up with some big new money-making invention. And 2 of the scientists, these 2 women, young women, they have their own hijinks ensuing. They're reading the like COO, Chief Operating Officer's diary journal that is fan fiction about the office itself. And so they're getting really wrapped up in that conversation. So they're not focusing on what they're trying to create. And they're trying to create concrete, but like a renewable source of concrete. So concrete that is like environmentally friendly. And they keep trial and error, and they only have like 6 hours. It's like a filibuster. They only have this amount of time before they come to cloture. And so they're trying to create this renewable concrete. And one time it comes out of the mold, and they're just doing it in these molds, and it comes out of this mold, and they like lift it up like it's going to be a brick. They
1
lift it up,
minute.
and it's just like goo, but like gray goo is just really gross. And apparently it smells really bad. So then I think this is the episode where the dad and the son go and use the really poorly smelling goo and put it on the wall in their house because they're trying to get a squatter to move out. Yeah, a squatter to move out of the house. And the squatter is played by Fred Armisen, and he's also a therapist for the dad, but the dad kidnapped him, so he's blackmailing him for a place to live. Anyways, that's a Rob Lowe show. It's new. He wrote it with his son, but I'm sure it's going to end because there's a writer's strike happening in well, everything. So late night shows, the writers are striking, sitcoms, movies. We're going to have a lot less content streaming unless they resolve this quickly. So, which is a bummer because I like the show. And
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Seeing no one else in the queue, you are recognized to close.
So the writer's strike, I remember when there was a writer's strike, it was a really big writer's strike. And it was like in the early 2000s, maybe 2002, 2003 time period. Anyways, then that's when like reality TV just exploded because of the writer's strike. The only content they could have was reality TV. And that's when we had all these reality TV shows that were like dating shows, but like Survivor, but dating. And yeah, that wasn't, I'm not a big reality TV person, so that wasn't a great time for me personally in TV watching. So I think I probably just stuck to the old reruns of MASH. I love MASH, FYI. I have had a crush on Alan Alda since I was about 14 years old. And if he weren't married and, wildly in love with his wife, and also I think he's maybe in his 80s now, and also I'm never going to meet him. But if all of those things weren't true, I would totally be courting Alan Alda, because I forgot to mention a very important part. If I also weren't extremely happily married, which I am. So I am not going, even if Alan Alda's life situation changes, I'm not going to court Alan Alda because I am in love with my husband, and I am not going to ruin that situation by courting Alan Alda. Just let's get that straight for the record. So, all right. Where was I? Am I closing? Yes, I am. Okay. All right. So this was all my Alan Alda disclosure to the world. It's not really a disclosure. Most people that know me already knew that I'm in love with Alan Alda. All came from the automated weather observing system on page 153 of The Martian. And it is talking about concrete. So people are like, why is she talking about Alan Alda? I was talking about a Rob Lowe movie or show where they're developing an environmentally friendly, renewable resource concrete. And that led me to talk about the writer's strike. And that led me to talk about Alan Alda. Obviously, clearly connecting those dots. How much time do I have left, Mr. President?
2:30.
Oh, wow. Well, great. MASH is about the Korean War. I think a lot of people thought that MASH was about Vietnam, but it wasn't. It was about the Korean War. And I don't know if you've seen the movie. Some of the actors are the same from the movie, some are not. But the characters are Hawkeye and Hot Lips Houlihan and Radar. I think Radar is the only actor that was in both the movie and the show itself. And I feel like perhaps that actor died recently. It was a great show. But getting back to the Rob Lowe renewable concrete show, I oftentimes wondered, like when we were talking about the E15 bill last week or the week before, and the Dukes of Hazzard came up, well, I brought them up, but the Dukes of Hazzard came up in the course of the discussion in an episode where they used ethanol. I mean, they used moonshine basically as ethanol. And I wonder with these TV shows, like, are they on the cutting edge of what technology there is to come? Is there some resource that they have? Like, does Rob Lowe and his son, who are co-writers of the show, do they know about this technology coming in renewable concrete? Possibly. If they do, it'd be nice if they told us all about it so we could all invest, right? I don't know how to invest. I'm terrible at that stuff. That's why I make really great life choices, like
1 minute.
making $12,000 a year. So yeah, is the concrete as a renewable resource for making concrete? Is that what we're going to see in the future? That would be great because concrete is a huge need, especially for infrastructure. Maybe we can come up with a better way of making it. Maybe we can make concrete out of, I don't know what, plant-based concrete. Wouldn't that be something? There's some plants that are really hardy and they'll stick with you. They'll stick with your intestines. So maybe those would be good for concrete. I think this is something we should explore on my next amendment or motion. What could plant-based concrete look like in the future? I'm here for it. I'm here all day. Thank you, Mr. President. Call of the House and machine vote.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
10 A's, 17 A's, placed House under call.
There has been a request for a roll call vote.
Senator Aguilar, voting no. Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, Senator Armendariz, Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Boston, voting no. Senator Bostar, Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, Senator Brewer, voting no. Senator Breezy, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator Decay, voting no. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting no. Senator Hansen, Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Holcroft, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Ibach, voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Kauth, voting no. Senator Linehan, Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, Senator McDonald, Senator McKinney, not voting. Senator Mosier, voting no. Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Reapy, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Slama, voting no. Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Walls, Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart. Vote is 4 A's, 30 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to reconsider.
Motion denied. Mr. Clerk, the next item.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would offer FA 97.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right. So I will just be doing roll call votes from now on. Okay, so the show is called Unstable, and there's a whole do Ellis dragons, that's Rob Lowe's characters, unstable inventions exist in real life. Okay, so the concrete that I was talking about, it's carbon capturing concrete. That's what makes it, I guess, it's not, so I was wrong. It's not renewable. It's carbon capturing. So it's good for the environment, but not a renewable. But now let's find out if these exist in real life. I don't know. Also, I did not know this is on Netflix, and Netflix apparently has a whole blog. Didn't know that either. Oh, Netflix is canceling their DVD to home rental program. And apparently there's only 11,000 people that still use this program. But if you are a film aficionado, they have a DVD library that is more extensive than what you can get streaming online. So I don't know if they're going to sell the DVDs that they have, but it's a whole thing. That link did not open up, so I guess we will never know if these inventions are real or not. There can't possibly be any other way to find out if carbon capturing concrete is a real thing. I remember at my freshman orientation when somebody was, I don't remember the context whatsoever. All I remember is Senator Hunt saying, Google it. So maybe I could Google it. Use the Googles, the internets, the machine. This little box here. I did talk about tube TV a little bit ago. That's aging myself. So maybe I can Google, is carbon capturing concrete real? The fun thing about Google is that you have to also use your brain to think about what you're Googling. And you might Google something and then it doesn't yield what you're looking for because you didn't ask it in the right way. Now, Google has gotten better and more intuitive at understanding. The AI is learning from us. Skynet is real. It's just called Google. So Skynet Google is learning from us. And so we don't have to be as thoughtful in our search questions, but the better you are at your searching, the better the results are going to be. Carbon Cure, the concrete technology company, mixes CO2 with concrete ingredients, turning it into a mineral that strengthens the concrete, cutting the need for cement, part of the concrete with the biggest carbon footprint. This week, Carbon Cure incorporated the gas into water used to clean trucks. Okay. Concrete traps CO2 soaked from the air in climate-friendly tests. Well, maybe that's where they got the idea. Maybe they've got somebody on this show that just researches scientific breakthroughs in environmental technology, because I think that their company is focused on environmental business solutions, if I remember correctly, which I probably am not remembering correctly, but great thing is, that I can correct myself in 5 hours from now if I was wrong, because I'll be here. 5 hours from now will be 7 p.m. Yeah, I'll be here. Okay, Carbon Cure, the concrete technology company, mixes CO2 with concrete ingredients, turning it into mineral that strengthens the concrete, cutting the need for cement, the part of concrete with the biggest carbon footprint. This week, Carbon Cure incorporated the gas into water used to clean out trucks. The CO2 reacted with leftover ingredients and then was put into a new batch of concrete. Interesting. Capturing and locking down carbon on a global scale will not be easy, though. Companies like Heirloom will have to build expensive, massive plants capable of capturing millions of billions of tons a year. To remove a billion tons, this is quote, to remove a billion tons from the air, we need in the order of mid-hundreds of billions of dollars, said Samala, who expects funders of solar buildings, transmission towers, and other infrastructure to finance carbon infrastructure too. The price of carbon also needs to fall. The U.S. government and industry abroad sees $100 a ton carbon dioxide as a reasonable price, $100 a ton, Tonne, a ton, carbon dioxide as a reasonable price for broad deployment. Heirloom charges around $1,000 now. Samala expects to be at 100 by the time his projects are soaking up millions of tons a year. Concrete itself is controversial. It is the most used building material in the world and accounts for about 8% of global emissions of carbon dioxide, including those of its main binding agent, cement. Carbon Cure's most used technology cuts by about 5%, said Carbon Cure CEO Rob Naveen. The new one using wastewater could cut further 5 to 10%. That leaves it a huge net emitter with a difficult path to zero emissions without raising prices. However, concrete's ubiquity is attractive because there are few places to securely hold carbon dioxide at present. It is a really thoughtful way to get around the current bottleneck of storage of DAC, said Anu Khan, Deputy Director of Science at the climate advocacy group Carbon 180. The thing about concrete is there are no substitutes. Niven said, technology can find new binding agents and new ingredients. We just have to clean it up, he said. That's the end of that article. Interesting. So why is she reading about carbon? Well, I was reading about concrete in the budget for the airports. Okay, so I think that's the end of page 153 of The Martian. Moving on. Page 154, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. I think I read this already. IIJA, IIJA, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, NDOT is requesting an increase in cash appropriation of $168,125,000 in FY 23-24 and $178,125,000 in FY 24-25 to allow for federal funds to be obligated and additional expenses to be incurred related to IIJA. An increase will allow NDOT to obtain additional funding to support asset preservation and capital construction projects. More funds will be available to complete projects on the state highway system with an investment of the required 20% match from the state. This will allow for additional federal funds to be obligated to Nebraska for highway and bridge projects. In FY 23-24, the Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, FWA, formula funding, non-discretionary competitive, increased by $135 million. I'm going to pause. Somebody asked, how are transcribers going to transcribe some of the things that I say? Like when I was super excited on the budget line item for pay increase for legislative staff, and I was like, the crowd goes, what? I'm doing it again, but I'm sure by this point in transcribing, they will have figured it out because I did it last week. So I'll just be like, wow, yeah, they go wild, what? Okay. The 20% state match required to obligate the additional federal funds is $34 million in FY 23-24.
1 minute.
Thank you, $36 million in FY 24-25. Given the state of the cash reserve, NDOT is requesting no increase to the gas tax rate, but instead has requested a transfer of funds from the cash reserves, which was determined to be the best option. Okay, so given the state of the cash reserves, NDOT is requesting no increase to the gas tax rate. Okay, great. Transfer $100 million to road operation cash. The governor recommends a $100 million transfer from the general fund in FY 23-24 to the road operation cash fund, which includes a state match of $100 million and leverage nearly $400 million in federal funding devoted to addressing our critical roads and bridge needs. Ooh, gonna make a note here. I'm curious, this is a note I'm going to make, is if we typically make a cash transfer out of
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Senator Hughes would like to recognize 50 fourth grade students from York Elementary, York, Nebraska, in the North Balcony. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska State Legislature. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. What I was making a note is that the state is transferring $100 million to roads operation cash. And my question is, do we typically do that? Because in looking at the committee proposed FY 23-24 doesn't have, okay, federal funding devoted to addressing our critical roads. I'm just curious because I don't recall, and I started talking about this last week, but I just don't recall how we fund do we fund our roads with general funds, or do we fund our roads purely with the gas tax? So if we are taking $100 million from the general funds and putting it into the roads operation cash fund, is that what we typically do, or is this a new move by the legislature? So that is what I am questioning. That is what I am questioning, and I'm just marking it so that I don't forget when we get back to debate on select file to ask that question. How do we typically fund roads? So I know, like, when we have big roads projects that the state puts in money, like the Beltway here in Lincoln. I remember when we had that bill in the Transportation Committee. So, okay, moving on, page 154 of The Martian. Information technology, the DAS OCIO's projected rates included rate increases for NDOT and OCIO services for FY23 base. NDOT is requesting an increase in cash funding of $904,446 in FY22-23 and $1,162,475 in FY24-25 for this issue. As the NDOT is a large state agency, it relies heavily on services provided by the OCIO. This is especially true since NDOT consolidated much of their IT consolidation with the OCIO. Aircraft reserves. Aircraft reserves. NDOT is requesting a cash appropriation of $16,000 in both FY23-24 and FY24-25 for the repair, maintenance, and inspection costs of keeping the state's 2014 King Air C-90 GTX aircraft in working order. These costs have increased as the aircraft is no longer under warranty. This subprogram was established with the proceeds of the sale of a state-owned aircraft. Okay. I wonder why, if this one's no longer under warranty, we're keeping it, but we're appropriating money for other things that are no longer under warranty. Anyways, LB 1016 in 2014 directed the proceeds of the sale of the state's 1982 Piper Cayenne aircraft held in the aircraft reserve account to be used for preventative maintenance of the 2014 King Air C-90 GTX aircraft. This request covers the scheduled preventative maintenance due on this aircraft during the biennium, with an objective of 0 aircraft operational failures while providing air transportation to
1 minute.
officials. That is a great objective to have. I find it fascinating that it's a stated objective, kind of implied, I would hope, but clarity is always great. It's why I love the Oxford comma, serial comma. The stated objective is to have 0 aircraft operational failures. That's why we're maintaining our aircraft. So that's good. Glad we're doing that. Okay, page 155 of The Martian, state-owned aircraft. And that is requesting a cash appropriation of $97,173 in both FY23-24 and FY24-25 for an increase in insurance cost on the 2014 King Air C90 GTX newly acquired annual simulator training for pilots and increase in Jet A fuel costs to continue providing normal aircraft
Time.
operations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon again, colleagues. I was hoping that my time on the mic would come up in time for me to give a shout out to the students that were here from York. I always get a smile on my face when there are students here in general from anybody's district. I think it's a really joyous point in our service when we get to welcome in the school children to their capital on their field trips. And it's really fun for us, of course, to connect with the students from our individual district. But since I hail from rural Seward County and LD24 is my original home district before I came to Lincoln in the 90s, I always am excited to see the kids from Seward and York in particular in those counties, because I have so many friends and family there and so many fond memories and present connections with that district as well, as many of us do, with different districts across the state. But the other thing that I wanted to just talk about generally was I've had a lot of really good information off the mic with fiscal analysts, with representatives from Health and Human Services, to try and get a little bit deeper and better understanding of really how we have such a significant unexpended balance in behavioral health and why that's being tapped or utilized to pay for a state claim or a state settlement, which typically is paid for through general funds, and trying, I think, to get a little bit more information about kind of the history of that fund and perhaps why we have such a high unexpended balance, and really what that means for our shared goals to invest more resources in mental health and behavioral health, which we know is a top issue in Nebraska and intersectional with educational equity, with mass incarceration, with just our overall quality of life, in ensuring that Nebraskans have access to the resources they need to address mental health and behavioral health considerations. So any diversion of those funds away from access to treatment and services should rightly raise a red flag for all of this, because I know that there's so much common ground in regards to ensuring that we pour more resources into behavioral health rather than divert resources away from those shared goals. Also trying to just kind of sort through if there are any other parallels this year or in other years where we've tapped unutilized cash funds to pay claims in the state claims bill. And I know that there is also a measure moving its way through in regards to some longstanding litigation that the state had with the State Troopers Association in regards to their benefits. And I know there was recently announced a settlement or a resolution to that longstanding litigation. And I think while we're all pleased to see that resolution, I just want to kind of check in to see exactly where we are in terms of timing for the payment of that settlement, and just wanted to triple check the fund source on that settlement as well, because I think it
1 minute.
should be general funds, as most of our state claims typically are, but just wanted to kind of triple check to see what that might be derived from. And I think this is important not only for this present debate that we're having, but just to make sure that we're not setting a poor precedent here, colleagues. I know that we've had to be nimble and creative and innovative due to the dynamics of the session to find other ways to get our work done, but there's no reason for us to cut corners or seek unprecedented solutions to paying the state claims from funds outside of general funds, and looking at these different cash funds, which really weren't intended for that purpose. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. Yes. Okay. So, and I think we go roughly to like 4:40 on this bill. So 2 hours and 20-ish minutes left. So I have more motions, or not more motions, amendments, floor amendments filed. Okay. Did I read the state aid, federal funds for public airports? I don't think so. Okay. Page 155 of the Martian. Federal funds for public airports. Federal funds for public airports. NDOT is requesting an increase in cash aid funding of $12,050,000 in both FY 22-23 and FY 23-24 for anticipated additional funds from the FAA for improvement to Nebraska's airports as a result of the passing of Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, EJA, in November 2021. The NDOT Aeronautics Division serves as an agent to all but the three largest Nebraska municipal airports, Omaha, Lincoln, and Grand Island, in managing grant funds administered by the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, under the Airport Improvement Program. The FAA Airport Improvement Program grants provide much needed assistance to airports in Nebraska with funding for major and necessary improvements. Okay. Veterans Affairs is the next agency, followed by Natural Resources, Electrical Board. Ooh, kind of want to read Electrical Board. Game and Parks, Ed Land Funds. Oh, okay. I'm going to come back to those other ones. Let's read Education Land Funds. Base cash appropriation increase. The cash fund balance is now sufficient enough to sustain a project for the digitalization of historical land survey records. It is the function of the Nebraska Survey Record Repository to obtain the historical records from each individual county at no cost to the county for digitalization of the records. The purpose is such that members of the public will have access to images of those records without the necessity of being present in person to examine and handle the delicate records. The repository software was developed over 20 years ago by custom programmers and is in need of being upgraded. Custom software will need to be built in. I wonder, this doesn't reference a bill. I wonder where this is coming from, how they decided. So that's interesting. Okay, Game and Parks. Salary increases. This is page 167 of the Martian. Salary increases, health insurance increases, environmental trust. The committee approved the Environmental Trust Agency ask for authority to use their Ferguson House cash fund to pay $86,500 in both FY 23-24 and 24-25 for expenses associated with vacating the Ferguson House. See, now this is a bummer. Like a real bummer. The Ferguson House, my first 2 years, there would be receptions there all the time. And it's a beautiful historic building. And it's across the street from where our parking lot is, where the senator's parking lot is. So, and it closed during COVID, as pretty much everything did. And it just never reopened. And it was my understanding that the Environmental Trust actually used the rental income from that to pay for their operations. So I don't know why they never reopened.
1 minute.
I think it's really unfortunate because it really is a cool building and it was really cool to go there for different receptions and events. But apparently they're vacating it. I wonder if they're selling it. Anyways, additional contractual services. Additional contractual services for Program 330 Habitat Development. The committee funded $50,000 in FY 23-24 and FY 24-25 in cash authority for the removal of eastern red cedars, which are choking out desirable grasses and wildfires, the habitat for many of the state's threatened and endangered species, including creating fire breaks, burning tree piles, assisting with prescribed fires, and clearing fields. Page 168 of the Martian. Equipment replacement needs. The committee approved a cash fund spending authority increase of $175,000 in FY in both.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Seeing no one else in the queue, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee approved a cash fund spending authority increase of $175,000 in both FY 23-24 and FY 24-25 that for habitat development planned replacement of aging agricultural equipment, tractor, skid unit, truck, pumper unit, UTV, ATV, and a drill mower detachment. I don't know the difference between a UTV and an ATV. And I think a gator is a whole nother thing, but apparently we don't have those. Increase to key expenditure areas. The committee fully funded increases to key expenditure areas. DAS projected rate increases for workers' compensation premiums, OCIO, IT, related expenses, and increases in building vehicle insurance. Staffing for improved service delivery. Program 330 Habitat Development. The agency requested 4 staffing addition changes to better serve the public. 1 new FTE Kearney Wildlife Habitat District Manager, 1 new Access Program Manager, and 2 existing FTE positions, a Wetland Program Manager and a Biologist 2, to transfer in from Program 336 Wildlife Conservation. The total request was for $419,948 in FY 23-24 and $371,543 in FY 24-25. The committee funded $276,830 in FY 23-24 and $283,570 in FY 24-25, which is 65.9% and 76.3% of the requested amount each year of the biennium. I wonder why we did less. Why did we do 65% of the request and 76% of the request? The total PSL requested was $248,898 in FY 23-24, $254,750 in FY 24-25. The committee has funded $205,559 in FY 23-24 and $210,052 in FY 24-25, which is 82.4% and 82.5% of the requested PSL amounts each year of the biennium. Again, why? Why did we do a reduction in this request? Amend state game fund language, there's nothing there. Change earmark language related to wildlife damage payments. It is the intent of the legislature that the Game and Parks Commission pay claims filed by a landowner in Nebraska for damage to property caused by deer, antelope, or elk. The commission shall develop criteria and deadlines for the filing and approval of such claims. If the total amount of approved claims filed each year exceeds the annual appropriation pursuant to this section, the commission shall pay claims on a pro rata basis for each fiscal year. Elimination earmark of additional $5 million per year of cash funds for wildlife damage payments. All right. Equipment, page 169 of the Martian. Equipment replacement needs. Equipment replacement needs for Program 336 Wildlife Conservation, a cash fund spending authority increase of $268,000 in FY 23-24 and $324,000 in FY 24-25 for planned equipment replacement of 15,
1 minute.
Thank you. 15 aging trucks with high mileage and a habitat barge for placing habitat structures and rocks into lakes. Increases to key expenditure areas. DAS projected rate increases for workers' compensation premiums, OCIO charges, accounting and auditing services, COTS, maintenance, and increase in building vehicle insurance. The amount of general fund versus cash funding is related to historical cost share splits for this specific program. Staffing for improved service delivery. Program 336 Wildlife Conservation. To better serve the public, the agency requested 16 FTE staffing additions, 2 temporary positions, and 3 transfers out of positions to other programs, including 10 FTE conservation officers. I think I'm about out of time, so I am going to do another call to the House because I don't want to force the clerk to do roll call votes all day. Call the House.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
9 ayes, 14 nays, place House under call.
The motion is not adopted. The question is, shall the amendment? There's been a request for a roll call vote. The question is, shall the amendment to LB 282 be adopted? Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Blood. Voting no. Senator Boston. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Voting no. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Conrad. Voting no. Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator DeKay. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting no. Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Frederickson. Senator Holleran. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Voting no. Senator Hardin. Voting no. Senator Holcroft. Voting no. Senator Hughes. Senator Hunt. Not voting. Senator Ibaugh. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Voting no. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Lowe. Voting no. Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Not voting. Senator Mosier. Voting no. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Raybold. Senator Riepe. Voting no. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Walls. Voting no. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Vote is 0 ayes, 33 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, an amendment to be printed from Senator Sanders to LB 583. Concerning LB 282, Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to amend with FA 98.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's see here. FA 98, I think strikes section 3. Don't know what section 3 is, but take a look and see. Probably not something you want to vote for. I find it fascinating, like how subversively petty this body can be sometimes. Like you just keep voting against calls of the House. But I'm kind of like going back and forth. I could just keep calling calls of the House and let them fail and take more time and then do a roll call vote. So can you do a roll call vote on a call of the House? No, you can't. I don't think. Can you? So yeah. Sometimes, like, you go away for a couple of days. We had Saturday and Sunday off, and think, or at least try and give yourself amnesia about this place. Like, these people aren't that bad. You were there for so long. It was late nights. Everybody's getting crabby. It's not that bad. Like Friday, like not having a quorum while debating the budget, and then people doing call the House and it failing 3 times in a row, and just thinking, you know what, people were just getting punchy, and it's end of long days. Like, cut them some slack, have some grace, etc. Then I come back and it's today and it's the first day of the week and people are still doing it. And it's like, why are you cutting them slack? They're not going to be nice. They're not going to be kind people. They're going to come up to you when they need something from you and pretend like they care about you. And then they're going to turn around and vote against calls of the House, which is just like saying to the rest of your colleagues, I don't think you deserve to be in the room for a vote. I mean, maybe that's the attitude. Maybe that's why people keep voting against the call of the House, because the people who vote red on a call of the House are like, if you're not in here, that's a you problem. Like, you shouldn't leave. I'm here. You shouldn't leave. Maybe that's why maybe I'm thinking of this totally wrong. Maybe people vote against the call of the House because they're annoyed when people aren't in the chamber. It's a possibility. I think that's a big leap. Anyways, page 168 of The Martian. Equipment replacement needs. The committee approved a cash fund spending authority increase of $175,000 in both FY23-24 and FY24-25 for the habitat development planned replacement of aging agricultural equipment, tractor, skid unit, truck. Oh, I read all of that. Did I read this? Yes, I did. Hold on. Increase to key expenditure areas. The committee fully funded increases to key expenditure areas, DAS projected rate increases for workers' compensation premiums, OCIO, IT-related expenses, and increases in building vehicle insurance. Staffing for improved service delivery. Program 330 Habitat Development. The agency requested 4 staffing additions, changes to better serve the public, 1 new FTE Wildlife Habitat District Manager, 1 new Access Program Manager, and 2 existing FTE positions, a Wetland Program Manager, and a Biologist 2. To transfer in from Program 336, I read this too. Gosh, I lost my place apparently. Okay, change earmark language related to wildlife damage payments. It is the intent of the legislature that the Game and Park Commission pay claims filed by a landowner in Nebraska for damage to property caused by deer. I read this too. I was on the next page. Okay, wildlife conservation, a cash fund, staffing, or for improved service delivery. Program 336 Wildlife Conservation. To better serve the public, the agency requested 16 FTE staffing additions, 2 temporary positions, and 3 transfer out positions to other programs, including 10 FTE conservation officers, 1 FTE Kearney Management Section District, 1 new FTE Fisheries District Manager, 1 new FTE Website Content Manager, 1 new FTE Depredation Biology 2, 1 new FTE Turkey Biologist 2. How would you like to say, what's your job? I'm a turkey biologist 2. 1 new FTE biologist 2, 2 new 9-month fish and wildlife education temporary positions, and 2 existing FTE position transfers out to Program 330 Habitat Development, Wetland Program Manager, and Biologist 2. The total request was for $2,467,736 in FY 23-24 and $1,503,200 in FY 24-25. The committee funded $407,954 in FY 23-24 and $403,367 in FY 24-25, which is 16.5% and 26.8% of the requested amount each year of the biennium. The total PSL requested was $695,928 in FY 23-24 and $734,769 in FY 24-25. The committee funded $271,818 in FY 23-24 and $288,605 in FY 24-25, which is 39.1% and 39.9% of the requested PSL amounts each year of the biennium. Again, that's a 39%. That is significantly less than what was requested. I wonder what the reasoning is. Okay, additional contractual services, page 169 of the Martian. An increase for both FY 23-24 and FY 24-25 in cash authority for translational and interpretation services for educational, print, and online materials, as well as interpretation services for in-person and virtual programming. Increases to key expenditure areas. Increases to key expenditure areas. DAS projected rate increases for workers' compensation premiums, OCIO charges, accounting and auditing services, COTS maintenance, and increases in building vehicle insurance. Okay, so going back to the aircraft, I've been thinking about this. Where was that? That was under transportation, right? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is on page 154 of The Martian. So I was thinking about this, like this book.
1 minute.
This is a substantial document. You know, it's got a lot in it. The budget. A lot of people put a lot of work into it. A lot of people did a lot of work on it. And it's one piece of the greater puzzle of the budget. And what I'm wondering is if statements like at the bottom of page 154 are like sort of lighthearted Easter eggs that the staff put in there that, while obviously are germane to the conversation, totally unnecessary. Just to see if anybody noticed. Like, does anybody notice that somebody put in here that it is the objective to not have operation failure of our airplanes? Of course, it's the objective to not have operation failure of our airplanes. I'd be terrified if if the objective was the opposite. So just, you know, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. And you are the next in the queue, so you are recognized to speak.
And this is my first time. I have one more and then close.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, So anyways, I just was wondering if this is something that there's others in here and just things we do to amuse ourselves. Anywho, where was I? I think I read page 169. Staffing for improved service delivery. Liquor Commission. All right, so we got 2 hours left. That means we're halfway done with this bill. Yay. And then we have another bill that's 4 hours after that. Double yay. And then another one after that. That's 4 hours. Triple yay. I kind of want to go back to talking about the show Unstable, but I only remember the one thing about the carbon capture concrete. And even that I didn't remember very well. I am curious what the status is of the Writer Guild strike. I saw a picture I have a sister who lives in Los Angeles, and I saw a picture of one of her friends who's a writer on social media. Her name is Margaret. And I saw Margaret's picture, and in the background of the picture was this guy who I was like, hey, that looks like that guy. The guy, if anybody watches the show, Somebody Feed Phil, it's on Netflix, and it's about this guy, Phil, who travels around the world, and it's a food show. He tries interesting things and tells interesting stories about the food. Anyways, he was a writer. He was I think the head writer on that show, Everybody Loves Raymond. So it probably was him. It was like he was photobombing my sister's friend's picture. So, if you see pictures of the Writers Guild strike, take a look. There's probably a bunch of famous people just lurking in the background. I know Rob Lowe and his son went on strike. They were there striking because they're writers. I don't know if Rob Lowe himself is a member of the guild. I know his son is a member of the guild. And they co-write the show Unstable. So anyways, Liquor Commission, page 175 of The Martian. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. So 175, Agency 35, Liquor Commission. Pardon me. In 2021, the commission was appropriated funds for the Centralized Alcohol Management Project, CAMP, to streamline the commission's services and help eliminate manual data entry. The commission is on track to finish this project during the 23-25 biennium. The commission asks to have funds reappropriated to the 23-25 biennium to complete the project. Cool. I like that it's Centralized Alcohol Management Project, CAMP, because you can't go to camp without liquor. Page 176, Racing and Gaming Commission. Ooh, did anybody watch the Derby? That was exciting. Well, first of all, there were several horses that were disqualified. I think one of the owners or training facilities had some malfeasance with perhaps steroids, and some of the horses died, and all of the horses from that facility were then banned. So there was a lot of shakeup. There were these new horses.
1 minute.
These new Japanese horses, so nobody knew what was going to happen. Everybody was like, are they going to be really amazing? Or are they going to be really terrible? Who knows? So anyways, it was, one of the more exciting lead ups to a Derby that I've seen in a long time. And I do have a tradition. I always do watch the Kentucky Derby, but the lead up, and I never know exactly what time it's going to air. So I thought it was going to be on at 5:15. It was on at 5:57. So you spend the entire time, if you're watching it on TV, they keep having these things that make you think that it's about to start. Like the part where some football players riders up, which you think, okay, the riders are up on their horse, it's about to start. And then 45 minutes later is when it starts. They did this whole big intro history of the Derby. And it's you think that then it's going to cut away to the race starting. No. Then it just cut away to broadcasters saying what horses they thought were going to win. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. And you are next up in the queue. So you are recognized to speak, and this is your third time.
Thank Thank you, Mr. President. So, okay, so they do this whole big history of the Derby promo. And I did start to begin to think, are they filibustering the Derby? Because then they had a packaged whole history of the stopwatch. And I was like, really? I think we're really grasping for content here. If before, like we've done the history of the Derby, we've done all the broadcasters have said what horse they want to win. We've watched people walk around in heels on the dirt road. We've seen all the outfits. We've seen all the hats. We've said riders up. Let's go. Oh, wait, now we're going to learn about the history of the stopwatch. And I legit was like, I feel filibustered. This is like what it must feel like to listen to me just talk. Like you're just ready, let's go to a vote. Wait, she's talking about the history of the stopwatch. And now I wish that I would have paid closer attention to the history of the stopwatch because I did not. Mostly because my kids were watching with me and I think they wanted a snack or something. They were irritated as well that the race hadn't started. So yes, anyways, Mage won, and they were not a long shot. The rider, the jockey, whose name I don't remember, but I do remember that this was his 16th Kentucky Derby, and he had never won. So that was pretty exciting that he finally won a Derby after racing in it so many times. And people acted like this was some sort of tragedy. I'm like, he's raced in the Kentucky Derby 16 times. I mean, like that's a major professional, career milestone. Like how many other professional jockeys have raced in the Kentucky Derby even once, let alone 16 times. So it's not like this guy's a real failure. He just hasn't won the Derby, but he won. So there you go. Mage won. And his jockey and owner, and I don't know who his jockey is. The purse for it, they had that on the screen, was like 1.6 million, I think. And I wonder, like, that is a lot of money to me. But like as a major business thing, this is the premier, the Triple Crown, the ultimate thing. How is that a money making for the industry? Like if you win $1.6 million at this race, how do you pay like all those people that you have to pay for the training of the horse and make like some serious cash off of it? So that's one thing that I was curious about, is like, how is this actually a money-making venture? Because obviously it is. You see the people on here, the owners, this is a money-making venture. I just don't know the mechanism for which, because winning the purse is not really the money-making part of it. Maybe it's then you breed that horse. Is that it? Like you pay stud fees? Maybe that's the money-making venture. I don't know. I don't know enough about this industry, but I am curious to learn more. I do know how to ride horses, however. I learned how to ride at a young age. Still do, go out to my aunt's ranch out in the Sandhills, but used to go to a farm. Growing up in the summertime, we would go spend some time out at a family friend's farm. And sleep in the barn with the rooster. That rooster, man, roosters get a bad rap for a reason. That rooster would wake us up at the crack of dawn every morning. It was not pleasant. And I was like 9. I did not enjoy sharing a barn with a rooster. I mean, the rooster wasn't in the exact same area of the barn as me, but still. But I did like going to that farm. We would go out there for the cattle branding, and I'm a vegetarian.
1 minute.
Go figure. So, and this is not my closing. I still have my close after this. Yep. Okay. Yes. So we would go out there for cattle branding. And, when I would go out to my aunt's ranch for cattle branding, they don't raise cattle anymore. I think they rent out their land for other cattle ranchers. They're doctors out there. But when we would go out there for the cattle branding, and again, I am a vegetarian, but it's my aunt and uncle's business. So I would help make the meal for everybody after the branding was over. Not the meat part of the meal, but like the other like big hearty salads and big like homemade mac and cheese, like massive amounts of it. And I like to cook. And so I would look up creative recipes and then like make them en masse for however many people were there.
Time.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, well, why was I talking about all of that? I was to the page on Racing and Gaming Commission and just started thinking about the Derby, and that just took me down a path of talking about my aunt's ranch. So, there's a lot of construction happening at the horse racing place in Omaha. I assume they are preparing to build a casino with our new gambling laws. So it was not quite the same experience that it usually is when I go for the Derby day. I always go with my dad. It's our thing that we do. We go in and place a bet on the Kentucky Derby race and then watch the race later in the day. We don't watch it there. We go home and watch it. Okay. After, this is page 176 of the motion, adjusted general fund appropriation in program 81. After the creation of racetrack gaming in 2021, LB 1011E in 2022 included 1011. I don't know why I said 101E. Okay, 1011E, E mean emergency clause, included a general fund appropriation of 177 and 154 PSL for employee salary costs and operations inflation in 2022-23. Moving forward, including the 23-25 biennium, the commission expects to be fully cash funded and can absorb these costs with cash fund appropriations. Therefore, the commission does not need these general fund appropriations for the 23-25 biennium. Agency will move to a larger facility. The committee recommends funds for a larger facility to accommodate the increase in teammates to support racetrack gaming. The tenant date of occupancy is March 1, 2023. The lease is for 12,746 square feet of office space and for 5 years from March 1, 2023 through February 29, 2028. The committee recommends added cash fund appropriations in FY 23-24 and FY 24-25 of $150,000 to cover the rent expenses for the larger office space. Health insurance expense increase. The commission is budgeting health insurance of 64 FTEs for the FY 23-25 biennium and is updating its expected health insurance costs to be able to cover the increase in employees. Previously, the budget amount of health insurance for employees was calculated incorrectly, causing the health insurance coverage aspect of the budget not to be able to properly allow coverage for an increase in employees at the commission. This adjustment will cover health insurance costs of the budget employees over the FY 23-25 biennium. Workers' compensation starts on page 178 of the motion, but page 179 of the motion is where the text is. Cash fund deficit and general fund request. Workers' Compensation Court, WCC, is fully cash-funded agency with most of their revenue received through provisions of Section 48-145. The agency's original FY 23-25 request was for a general fund appropriation of $500,000 in FY 24 and $1 million in FY 25.
1 minute.
Thank you. Prevent a projected deficit forecast for February 2024. Analysis showed that over time, expenses had gradually increased, while revenues to their cash fund had decreased. Part of the decrease was attributed to transfers from their cash fund to the general fund as specific points in time. While part was attributed to reduced assessments.
Time.
Thank you. Call the House.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
6 ayes, 15 nays, place House under call.
Motion is denied for the vote. Mr. Clerk, there's been a request for a roll call vote, reverse order.
Senator Wishart, Senator Wayne, Senator Walls. Not voting. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Senator Vargas. Voting no. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Riepe. Voting no. Senator Raybold. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Mosier. Voting no. Senator McKinney. Not voting. Senator McDonald. Senator Lowe. Voting no. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Ibaugh. Senator Hunt. Senator Hughes. Voting no. Senator Holcroft. Voting no. Senator Hardin. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Senator Holleran. Voting no. Senator Frederickson. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Dungan. Voting no. Senator Dover. Senator Dorn. Voting no. Senator DeKay. Voting no. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator Day. Senator Conrad. Senator Clements. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Breezy. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Senator Boston. Voting no. Senator Blood. Voting no. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Senator Arch. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Vote is 0 ayes, 28 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, concerning LB 282, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh move to adopt FA 99.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, FA 99 strikes most likely section 4. So the next call of the House that I do, I am going to ask for a roll call vote on the call of the House. And then if that fails, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on the actual vote. So, yeah, because, I mean, I'll just take up time, I guess, doing it that way. It is pretty ridiculous that people keep voting against the call of the House. I think they forgot that one time that we stopped doing calls of the House, and then there was calling the question, and then they did call of the House failed. And because the call of the House failed, there weren't enough people here to vote for calling the question. So then the calling the question failed. So these kind of, say, juvenile votes do backfire, but that's fine. I'm just mostly talking about it because I don't want to go back to reading right now. So just going to talk about the call of the House. And I know that people at home watch when this happens and they wonder what happened. And like, yeah. Yeah. It just like, ugh. Makes me just, anyways. Page 179 of The Martian. Cash fund deficit and general fund requests. The Workers' Compensation Court, WCC, is a fully cash-funded agency with most of their revenue received through provisions of Section 48-145. The agency's original FY 23-25 request was for the general fund appropriation of $500 in FY 24 and $1 million in FY 25. I think I started to read this already. Oh, I did. Yeah. Okay. So where did I leave off? The governor's recommendation for this issue was to amend section 48-145 so that the WCC would receive 100% of those assessments versus the 1/3 they currently receive. While this change would increase revenues into their cash fund by almost $2 million annually, the agency testified that due to timing issues, the increased funding not being fully realized until April each year, the agency would still need a funds transfer to prevent a deficit during FY 24. As such, a transfer of funds remained part of their request. The Appropriations Committee ultimately voted to transfer $750,000 from the general fund for FY 23-24 and $0 for FY 24-25 to the Workers' Compensation Court, WCC, cash fund. This fund is used for WCC general operations, judges' salaries, and administration. A transfer for FY 25 was not included since the governor's long-term solution to amend 48-145 is expected to be reintroduced by 2024 so that the substantive change may be routed through the appropriate subject matter committee. An updated analysis of the WCC cash fund is recommended at that time. On to court modernization project. Oh, Mr. President, how much time do I have?
3:16.
Thank you. Court modernization project, page 179, The Martian. According to the agency, there is a nationwide push for public workers, compensation organizations to modernize their systems, with the driving force being the securing of the court's data. The court has begun a 2 to 5 year modernization project to create efficiencies in its processes while better securing data. The efficiencies and increased security created by modernization are expected to result in long-term cost savings that have not yet been quantified. This request includes a PSL of $164,071 and $172,275 for a project manager and a web developer, 2 FTEs. The remaining amounts are for benefits and health insurance. Post-hearing review. The committee did not approve.
1 minute.
Thank you. The additional cash appropriation, but did approve the PSL of $164,071 for FY24 and $172,275 for FY25. The agency has begun work with existing resources, but may need the additional PSL authority. That concludes page 179 of The Martian. Next, on page 180, is the Brand Committee from Agency 39. It does not look like the Brand Committee has-
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, and you are next in the queue, so you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Brand Committee does not appear to have a great deal in its budget. And then there is the Motor Vehicle Dealers. And then there is the Real Estate Commission, Barber Examiners, Correctional Services. Interesting. Correctional Services is not very long. Educational Television, Post-Secondary, State Colleges and Boards, University, State Fair Board has nothing. What? Well, it has money, but it has a cash fund. Real estate appraisers. Oh, I apologize. Real estate appraisers, Nebraska Wheat Board, Oil and Gas Commission, engineers and architects, Board of Geologists, Ethanol Board, Dairy Industry Board, Land Surveyors, Public Accountancy, State Patrol, got some notes in here. It's my notes from last week on child care fingerprinting. Still in crisis, by the way. I do think talking about it last week maybe got people a little bit more thinking about it, thinking about how we can address it. You know what we haven't talked about while talking about these lawsuits, claims against the state? Nebraska had its moment to shine in national media yesterday on 60 Minutes. Should be real proud of that. 60 Minutes did a story on our sweatshop labor in factories. And I think we can anticipate, or I hope we anticipate, lawsuits. I am interested to know what our Department of Labor is doing and has done about that. I know that the story on 60 Minutes, and there was also a story locally as well, I think back in February, but this just reignited the conversation. The federal Department of Labor levied significant fines against the companies, but they did not report, and I haven't found any reporting on what the Nebraska Department of Labor has done. And so that does not mean that they have not done something. That just means I am not aware of what they have done. So curious about it. Curious what our Department of Labor has done. I hope they're doing something. If our Department of Labor isn't doing something about this, then I think we as a legislature should probably be doing something about this. You know, children working overnight in factories, not good is the kindest way I could put that. Really heartbreaking, the images of these kids, these little kids. So, yeah. All right. Let's see here.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Real Estate Commission, page 182 of The Martian. The committee funded the PSL only for a new auditor position to help meet current workload demands with the license applications now over 1,200. This has caused the length of time in between obligatory audits to be continually extended out further and further. The PSL increases is $44,618.
Time. Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The story that was on 60 Minutes, was it last night? These days run together. You could tell me it was last week and I'd believe you. Last night on 60 Minutes, they did a story about some of the slaughterhouses in Nebraska that have been having little kids doing labor as young as 10, 11, 12 years old. And I talked about this a couple weeks ago when we were I was talking about the law that they just passed in Iowa. And in Iowa, they just passed a law to allow 12-year-olds to work night shifts, to work overnight. That in itself is just shocking to me. But what it shows me is like we are laying bare, the press is helping to expose, and journalists are helping to investigate and expose violations, child labor violations in Nebraska. And legislatures, the one in Iowa in particular, are responding by legalizing it, not by upholding the law or doubling down and saying we need to put in more protections against child labor into our law. They're just straight up legalizing it. And that's what I'm worried about happening in Nebraska in coming years. I'm really anxious that perhaps next year for our short session, we'll see bills introduced that are similar to what we saw in Iowa that would not increase punishments or increase oversight for these slaughterhouses and factories where, preteen kids are working overnight, hurting themselves, getting chemical burns, being too tired for school, missing school. And instead of doubling down on punishing business owners that do that, just legalizing and making it so these kids can do that work, especially since we know this primarily just affects migrant kids and also kids who are less likely to speak English, who are less likely to have documented status in the United States, and that legislatures, at least the one in Iowa, sees these kids as expendable, that they see these kids as people who are less human than their counterparts who are 10, 11, 12 years old, who should be sleeping at night, who should be getting ready to go to their soccer games, who should be doing their homework, who should be enjoying time with their families. And the way we know that these slaughterhouses and factories knew that these kids were working there, of course, is because they were wearing kid-sized protective gear. And I didn't see the 60-minute special, but I've read about this in the past from other reporting, and so I know about it. But how twisted do you have to be to get kid-sized protective gear for a 12-year-old who's working in a slaughterhouse? That's wild. A friend of mine who I met because of my work in the legislature, actually, she reached out to me a couple years ago, and we had a lot of mutual friends in Omaha. But she just sent me a text a little bit ago saying that she's at a nail salon in Omaha right now in Regency, and they have the legislature playing on the TVs in there. And she sent, it's like Regency, so no shade to Regency, but it's like very nice and like really clean and super, bougie looking, and looks beautiful, looks like a beautiful new spot for nail services. But she sends me this photo, and it's
1
like,
minute.
thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Senator Kavanaugh up on the big screen in the middle of this nail salon. So like, hi, everybody at the nail salon. I just wanted to thank my friend for giving me the heads up that you never thought you'd see the day, right? That people are so civically engaged and so invested in what we are doing that affects their lives, that they've got the legislature up in the nail salon. And this is not, this is in like a really nice part of town. So this is apparently what they're interested in. And I think that speaks volumes about the damage that has been done to Nebraskans in this session. If we were minding our business, we would not have people in nail salons, taking time out of their day to exercise the watchfulness of the citizen and keep their eyes on us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hunt, that's my district. Regency's my district, so hi. I wish I was there with you, but let me just tell you, if I were at a nail salon right now getting my nails done, the last thing I would be doing is watching the legislature. But I appreciate the civic mindedness of everyone, and maybe my voice reading the budget is soothing to people. Maybe they're like taking a nap while I read the budget to them. I did not see the 60-minute special. I just heard about it from a lot of people across the country were contacting me asking what is going on in Nebraska. And I had to be honest. I said, I know that this is something that was discovered a few months back, and I have not done the follow through to see if we have fully rectified the situation. I do know that we haven't become Iowa in that instead of rectifying it, that we've legislated it into statute that it's acceptable, because it's not. 12-year-olds working overnight, first of all, how can a 12-year-old even consent to that? This is really an issue of forced labor. And it's just so upsetting. So I hope nobody in this body decides to introduce a bill to legislate that it is okay for 12-year-olds to be working overnight in the slaughterhouse floor. I question the safety of having 12-year-olds working on a slaughterhouse floor to begin with. Anyways, I was looking up while Senator Hunt was talking, and I was like, I wonder if there's any new developments on that. So I just opened up the internets, the interwebs. I didn't Google this time. I went ahead and went to Nebraska Examiner to see if they had any stories. But instead, I found this story, EPA reviewing new plan for restoring sand-choked Sandhills Stream. More than 1.6 million tons of sand washed into spring-fed Snake River. And since we talked a lot about water last week with the budget, and water is life, I thought, well, let's go back to the water conversation, shall we? So this is from the Nebraska Examiner. The Environmental Protection Agency is currently reviewing a new plan for restoring a Sandhills stream damaged by an unauthorized deluge of sand 3 years ago. Maybe we will find out as we read on. An unauthorized deluge of sand. Did somebody dump the sand, or did the sand just happen? Because I have so many questions about that statement, depending on the answer to that question. More than 1.6 million tons of sand and sediment, enough to cover a football field to a depth of 540 feet, was unleashed when a local rancher, this is getting to my question, when a local rancher, with the help of Cherry County, drained a flooded hay meadow into the Snake River south of Merriam. After the county dug a drainage ditch along a county road, rancher Dick Miner extended the ditch an additional 2.5 miles to the spring-fed creek.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. The new flow and heavy rains eroded a mountain of sand into the stream, turning a narrow waterway into a flat, sandy plain, similar to the Platte River. For about 3 miles downstream, new sediment was noticed about 30 miles downstream, where the Snake empties into Merritt Reservoir. The Snake is one of the state's few trout streams, and it hosts a small number of canoe trips through a remote area of the Sandhills. Last month, Cherry County approved a contract with Minnelli, Wagner, and Associates of Lincoln to halt the flow of water into the Snake from the drainage ditch, and then to provide a plan and oversight of the construction of detention.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't able to make it. I don't think I made it in time for the vote on LB 683 this morning. I was in some important private meetings about state security and making sure that the Chinese don't steal all of our technology and information and farmland. But I wanted to talk about broadband as a public utility. I really believe that ensuring access to high quality broadband internet is an issue that is one of the most important issues for Nebraska's future. And this is where we really can have like a bipartisan handshake on this issue, and hopefully do work to expand access to broadband connectivity without making it a political grift or gift to our friends who are in Congress by passing bills that actually don't really do anything, like LB 683. But doing things that are substantive and real and actual ways to increase broadband connectivity is going to be essential for people because they need to have access to that information. They need to communicate with each other. They need the ability to participate in the digital economy. It blows my mind. I've been working online. I've had web-based jobs since like 2005. But then I got elected to the legislature and I come here and I work with people here who don't even have Netflix because they don't have the connectivity at their own homes, and they're state senators and they can't even watch Netflix. So it is such a divide that has really opened my eyes since coming in the legislature to see that. So in so many parts of the country, including Nebraska, there's a significant digital divide that prevents some people from being able to access the internet. And according to the Federal Communications Commission, approximately 19% of Nebraskans lack access to broadband internet. Maybe that number is a little bit higher, maybe it's a little bit lower, but even 2%, even 5% is way too many people in Nebraska in the year 2023 to not be able to have access to high-speed internet. And this figure is even higher in rural areas where up to 35% or 40% of residents lack access to high-speed broadband. This lack of access has such serious implications for education, economic opportunity, and social engagement. And it means that people in rural areas are unable to access the same types of job opportunities. They're unable to access online courses. Every time I go to UNMC, University of Nebraska Medical Center, and we talk about what kind of outreach they're doing to rural Nebraska. And they talk a lot about remote learning and remote courses, but none of that matters if people don't even have the connectivity and the access to broadband to take those courses and get that education. It takes away their ability to participate in video conferences, to connect with their families and friends, and do the kind of work and socializing that happened so much online during the pandemic, as we all saw. And this is simply unacceptable in the 21st century, and we have to take action. One way that I think we need to think seriously about closing the digital divide on the state level, but especially at the federal level, if anybody here knows Congressman Flood or is like carrying any bills for him as a favor, helping him out, maybe this is the type of conversation you should be having with our federal delegation to treat broadband as a public utility. When we think about public utilities, we think about things like water and electricity. Thank you, Mr. President. We think about water and electricity, but in the digital age, broadband is just as important as a public utility because it's how we access information, it's how we get our education, it's how we communicate with each other, it's how we earn our money and run our businesses and participate in the economy. After the pandemic, during the pandemic, I live in Midtown Omaha, in like a really populated part of the state, a really population dense part. With a lot of multifamily housing and a lot of apartments. And, you know, we have 5 blocks one way, Warren Buffett, and then 5 blocks the other way, we have Section 8 housing. It's a very, very dense population part of the state. And during the pandemic, I started getting just about everything delivered. You know, couldn't go to the grocery store. There were a lot of people doing heroic work, delivering groceries and services and food to people to keep them safe. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. And you are next in the queue, so you are recognized to speak, and this is your 3rd time.
Thank you. The people who were doing those deliveries, thank you, Cassie, for the Diet Coke, were doing seriously heroic work. And the risks that they took to their own health and their own well-being in order to get, you know, maybe a paltry paycheck from DoorDash or Instacart, maybe a tip, hopefully. But the work they did was not essential. They were not essential workers, but they were treated by our culture as essential workers. And because of their service, because of their, you know, willingness to do this work, although there was hardly anything else for so many people to do. It was like such a big risk that they had to take. Other parts of our economy and other parts of our society were able to keep functioning. And now that we are not in such a big risk with COVID, these delivery platforms have persisted. You know, we're still getting groceries delivered. We're still getting stuff from Target and Walmart delivered. We're still getting Amazon deliveries. And being able to participate in the economy that way isn't that accessible for people who live in less populated parts of the state, not even like way out, you know, in a really, really sparsely populated part, but even just some of our mid-sized city here in Nebraska. By treating broadband as a public utility, we can ensure that everybody in Nebraska has access to affordable and reliable high-speed internet, just like they have access to water, just like they have access to electricity, just like we see those things as public utilities. And in Nebraska, we of course have a very proud history of our public power, of our public water, and we have seen the dividends of those utilities paying off to strengthen our economy in this state. There are so many advantages to treating broadband as a public utility. First, it would ensure that everybody in Nebraska has access to high-speed internet service, regardless of where they live or what they can afford to pay. Currently, many people in rural areas can't access high-speed internet because ISP, internet service providers, ISPs, they don't consider it as profitable to provide a service to a sparsely populated area. And providing the service is expensive to these businesses as well. A lot of the ISPs we have in Nebraska are small businesses. They're not, you know, big conglomerates or anything like that. So we have to make sure that they're able to pay their bills too, of course. But by treating broadband as a public utility, we can ensure that ISPs are required to provide service to everyone in the state, including in rural areas. And we could also draw down federal funds to make sure that that's possible. Secondly, treating broadband as a public utility would ensure that prices are reasonable and fair. Currently, many people in Nebraska pay exorbitant prices for broadband service, particularly in rural areas where there's little competition. By regulating prices and requiring internet service providers to provide service to everyone in the state, we can ensure that prices are fair and make sure that they stay reasonable. And thirdly, treating broadband as a public utility would allow for greater investment in infrastructure. Right now, internet service providers are not required to invest in infrastructure in rural areas, which means that many people in those areas don't have you know, the skeleton, the bones that we need in order to even get the high-speed internet and the broadband to their house. If we invested in infrastructure in these underserved areas, it would benefit not just rural Nebraskans. You know, it's not just about being able to finally watch Netflix or take a remote class from UNMC.
1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really about equity of opportunity and equity of access. What do you say to, you know, a 16, 17, 18-year-old kid who has a good idea, who has an idea for a business or a service, but doesn't have access to the internet? That kid, even if they grow up and they move out and they get this kind of access later, they've already missed out on an opportunity that other people had at an earlier age. And this kind of divide, this kind of lack of equal access, I think it actually is much more damaging to our economy and to our efforts to attract and retain young people in our state. Well, I would just say retain young people, has nothing to do with attracting anyone. But there are several steps that the Nebraska Legislature can take to make broadband a public utility. We can, well, I'll get into this
Time,
next
Senator.
time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're welcome to close on your motion, your amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I just, never sure where to go next. In talking, sometimes things happen that get me distracted. Conversations happen that get me distracted. And it's like, where to go next? I was trying to catch up while Senator Hunt was speaking on some email, and people in the salon are not the only ones, or the nail salon are not the only ones listening. I received a couple of emails about concrete. So thank you for those. Please don't give me concrete recipes the way people have been giving me salad recipes. I brought a comically large amount of bag salads this week, and I dropped my kid off at a birthday party, and some of the parents were going to the coffee shop around the corner, and I was like, oh, I got to go to the store. I got to buy some food for the week. And I actually said, I need to go buy a bunch of bag salads so that Senator Hunt can make fun of me. And I did, and I brought a comical amount, and I have a tiny refrigerator for my office. It's a refrigerator that I inherited. It's the hand-me-down. There's furniture in this building that just like gets passed around from office to office over the years. Big Blue. I got Big Blue from Senator Blood. Big Blue is a reclining chair. Senator Blood got it from Senator Howard, Sarah Howard, and then I got it from Senator Blood. And then when I moved out of my office temporarily for the mother's room, I moved it, and it resided in Senator McKinney's office. And then it came back to my office, but now it is, I believe it is in Senator Day's office now. But Big Blue has kind of seen better days for sure. So, yeah. Anyways, my refrigerator. I got my refrigerator from Senator Howard, and she had it when she was chair of HHS. She had a full refrigerator, so she gave me this little mini fridge, and it is a mini fridge my freshman year, which was very kind of her to give me this mini fridge that somehow still is operational. I needed it then because I was nursing and I was pumping, and we didn't have a mother's room like we do now with a refrigerator. And so I needed a place to store my milk. But actually, because I'm in the tower and going up and storing my milk up in the tower during the day was not super accessible. Some of the lovely ladies in the clerk's office allowed me to utilize the clerk's refrigerator to store my milk. And so that was 5 years ago, but thank you to the clerk's office for that. That was very, very helpful time. And I tried to bring like extra equipment stuff so that I could avoid having to wash my pumping equipment while I was here during the day. Partly it takes time. Need to sanitize it. There was nowhere sanitary to wash any of it, except for public restrooms. Even the restroom back there is a public.
1 minute.
This public, still a restroom. So I would oftentimes try to have extra equipment so that I could just take it all home and wash it. But when we had late nights, sometimes I couldn't do that. And I do remember one late night sitting at my desk, pumping milk. It's like 11 o'clock at night, and I had the machine going, sitting at my desk. So, the joys of multitasking in this legislature. All right, well, I think I'm about done. So I would like a roll call vote for the call of the House. Thank you.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Armendariz. Senator Ballard. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Boston. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Senator Bostelman. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Senator Not voting, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Not voting, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Senator Riepe. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Vote is 15 ayes, 19 nays. Place House under call.
The House is not under call. The question is, shall floor amendment 99 be adopted? There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Senator Armendariz. Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting no, Senator Bosson. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Senator Bostelman. Senator Brandt. Not voting, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Senator Riepe. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting no, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Vote is 0 ayes, 32 nays. Madam President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Madam President, concerning LB 282, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh moved to amend with FA 100.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on FA 100.
Thank you, Madam President. All right. Well, I don't really know what to talk about. So normally, yeah, I got a lot going on in my head about what happened. It's very telling about a lot of people. It's interesting. Could tell by that vote, like who cares about decorum and the institution based on how they voted on the call of the House when there was a roll call vote. When every single person was forced to vote on the call of the House, you learn a lot about who cares about decorum and who doesn't. So there we go. Yeah, there's about an hour left on this bill. And then we'll go to a vote, cloture vote. Hopefully, I assume Senator Reapy will ask for a call of the House for the cloture vote, and hopefully people will abide by that, because about 4 minutes before I closed, there was only 32 people checked in. So gonna need every warm body here to vote for cloture. So just keep that spitefulness in mind when it comes to voting for cloture. Pay close attention to what you're voting against or for. Okay, so page 189 of the Martian, post-secondary cord. Go to page 190 of the Martian. Increase in travel funds. The CCPE is requesting increases for travel costs due to inflationary factors, in-person commission meetings, and in anticipation that the new governor will appoint commissioners to 3 vacant positions. During the past 3 years, partly due to the pandemic, the CCPE held most meetings either by Zoom or in the Lincoln area. The commission believes it is important for staff and commissioners to visit in person the campuses about which key decisions are being made. In addition to having meetings scheduled on campuses across the state, including Western Nebraska, CCPE staff plan to travel to consortium conferences such as SHEO, SHEEO, and MEH, MEMHEC, not to be confused with MEH, just the emoji, MEH. Conferences which were held virtually during the pandemic. Moreover, additional expenses will be incurred once the governor appoints the new commissioners. Oh, that reminds me, we've got a bunch of gubernatorial appointments that we need to vote on, like a lot. Nebraska State Aid, Nebraska Opportunity Grant, NOG program funding. Governor's budget includes an approximate 2% increase over the current total appropriation for NOG. FY23 appropriation, $7,593,430. Governor's FY24 increase, $150,000. New total, $7,743,430. Governor's FY25 increase, $155,000. New total, $7,889,430. A total of $60 million was allocated to the CCPE to administer ARPA funding in the form of grants to the 6 community colleges in LB 1014, 2022. $25 million was appropriated for FY21-22, $35 million for FY22-23. $25 million was reappropriated as per language in Section 4 of the ARPA bill. So it is not shown here as an actual expenditure for FY21-22. CCPE still processing grant requests for the community colleges and projects to be able to expend most, if not all, allocated funds. Page 191 of the Martian. Agency 50. State College Board. Adjunct pay increase. The request for $423,515 for each year of the upcoming biennium carries forward the deficit amount that has been approved for FY23. This amount reflects the increase in adjunct faculty pay from $850 per credit, approximately $15 an hour, to $1,000 per credit, approximately $18 an hour, bringing them closer to adjunct pay rates paid by peer campuses. The governor's recommendation includes $254,109 for FY24, $254,109 for FY25, which represents 60% of the agency's total request. Post-hearing review result. Committee approved full request. Page 192 of the Martian. ARPA-based annualization. Committee approved annualization of the 2022 ARPA funds, removal from current year budget. ARPA reappropriation in LB 1014, 2022, $8 million in ARPA funds were granted to the NSCS for water and sewer projects. Individual projects for each of the 3 campuses have been approved, with expenditures to begin once the interface between state accounting and NSCS's accounting system, SAP, has been fully set up. These projects will be fully utilized the $8 million. DAS rate changes. Rate changes are actual as per DAS instruction and were
1
approved
minute.
as requested. Insurance over the last 2 years, the agency has experienced steep infographic shows, 87%, increases in insurance premiums, $715,747. The current provider, Midwest Higher Education Compact, has been a lower cost provider than other options researched, but announced they would discontinue providing insurance coverage effective July 1, 2023. The state college system will go to market for new coverage later this spring, with the expectation that costs will be higher. The Appropriations Committee.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator Erdman, you're next in the queue.
Question.
The question has been called. Do I see 5 hands? 1, 2, 3. I do see 5 hands. Now what? There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. Aye. All those opposed vote nay. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Not voting. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Senator Armendariz. Senator Ballard. Not voting. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Boston. Senator Bostar. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Clements. Senator Conrad. Voting yes. Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator DeKay. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Frederickson. Senator Holleran. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Senator Hardin. Voting no. Senator Holcroft. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Ibach. Senator Jacobson. Not voting. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Lowe. Voting no. Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator Mosier. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Raybold. Senator Reapy. Voting yes. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Vote is 13 ayes. 13 ayes. Place House under call.
The House is not under call. The question is whether debate shall cease. There's been a request to have a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Senator Armendariz. Senator Ballard. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting no. Senator Boston. Senator Bostar. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Clements. Senator Conrad. Voting no. Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator DeKay. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting no. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Frederickson. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Hansen. Senator Hardin. Voting no. Senator Holcroft. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting no. Senator Ibach. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Kauth. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Senator Lippincott. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Voting no. Senator Mosier. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Senator Reapy. Not voting. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Not voting. Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Not voting. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Vote is 17 ayes, 8 nays, Madam President, to cease debate.
Debate does cease. Does not cease. Returning to the queue, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, you need 25 for debate to cease, not a simple majority like calling the question or call of the House. So that is why debate does not cease. All right, so I'll find that later. I think I was reading something earlier. Just go back to that. Oh, here, let's look at this. The worksheet. You have the worksheet on your desk. It's underneath the agenda. So you've got the agenda for the day. And then underneath the agenda is the green sheet, which is just the fiscal whatever for now. And then after that is the worksheet. You can also see find the worksheet online. So first we go down below the 3 lines. There's a dark white paper, black font, a thick dark line with 2 thinner dark black lines on top, one below. Below those 3 lines are bills held by committee. So if you go all the way back, and you keep everything is here from the start of session. So if you go all the way back to, let's see here, the 10th day, January 18th. So I'm going to go to the 11th day, January, oh, that was the 12th day. Well, still, potato. So the 12th day worksheet, there is nothing at the top except for a priority bill because Senator Brewer filed his priority like on the first day or something like that early on. I don't know. So there's a priority bill listed, but otherwise all of the bills are down below, and it says bills held by committee. So it's all the bills that are introduced, and then we have all the committees listed. So agriculture had 12 bills referenced to them. Appropriations had 57. Banking, commerce, and insurance had 41. Business and labor had 31. Education, and so on and so forth. I'm actually going to check and see if this gets updated later. There, at Judiciary had 110 on that day, but then on another day had 100. And HHS had 132. I think some things got re-referenced. Well, I know we had some conversations about re-referencing on the floor at one point. So let's see here, 21st day. All right. So looking at the 21st day, it looks like maybe things had settled into where they're at. So agriculture, 16 bills. Appropriations, 94. Banking, 49. Business and labor, 38. Education, 72. Exec board, 13. General Affairs, 28, Government, Military, Veterans Affairs, 81, HHS, 85, Judiciary, 132, Natural Resources, 29, Revised Statutes, Nebraska Retirement System, 13, Revenue, 101, Transportation, Telecommunications, 48, Urban Affairs, 30, then resolutions. So jumping forward to today, if you go to the top of the sheet, we're still at the bottom of the sheet. Thank you. Underneath those lines are the different committees. If you go to the top of the sheet, things move out of those, as things move out of those committees, they move into one of the categories at the top of the sheet. So we've got A bills, which are kind of created after the fact. All the priority bills, those don't move out of committee, or it's just the priority bill listing, regardless of what their status is on the sheet. General file, enrollment and review initial, select file, enrollment and review for engrossing, final reading, passed by the legislature, approved by the governor. So there's been 5 bills approved, signed into law this year. On day 70, whatever this is, 74. Day 74, there's been 5 bills passed into law, so we're just banging along here. Thanks.
That's time, Senator. Senator Hunt, you're recognized. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a new amendment in town. New amendment in town. Introduced by Ben Hansen on LB 574, a bill to ban healthcare for trans kids. And what they'd like to do is a do-over of LB 626. You all had your chance to vote for Senator Merv Reepe's amendment for 12 weeks. If you had, you'd have your little abortion ban, and you missed the window. The ship has sailed. This is not a compromise. If you want to talk about compromising, you can bring a compromise next year. LB 626 is dead. Speaker Arch said that we're not going to have another abortion ban coming up this year several times in the press. Governing does not mean win at any expense. It means bring a bill, see it through the committee process, and get the votes. And if you don't have the votes, that's it. You don't come to us with this crowing about what a compromise this is, flabbergasted by how ungrateful we are that we're not willing to see this for the compromise that it is. If you did the actual work, you would have solved the problem. Nobody told all of you not to vote on Senator Riepe's amendment. You all made your own choice to do that, and now here we are, and you can't live with it. It's like if the World Series is best of 7, now you're making it best of 9. Now you're making it best of 11, really, with all the times you've stopped the clock, you've changed the rules, you've put your thumbs on the scale, and you can't stand to lose fair and square. How about instead you elevate yourself, you inhabit the integrity of the democratic process, you bring a clean bill next year, and you get the votes fair and square that you have a supermajority for anyway. You've got all the Republicans, you've got at least 2 or 3 Democrats, and you haven't been able to get it done. Take the L. Stop subverting the democratic process to try and get it done. This is where Senator Merv Riepe needs to have a John McCain moment on the American Health Care Act, the ACA, where he voted no on McConnell's nonsense and said we need to return to regular order. One of you, Arch, Linehan, Riepe, someone's got to stand up and say, let's return to regular order. Enough shenanigans. McCain didn't even like the ACA. You had the votes for Senator Riepe's 12-week amendment if you actually took him seriously and didn't think you could railroad him and use him and call his bluff. But you screwed yourselves, and here you are, you're trying to put a 12-week ban, which is not Senator Murphy's amendment. This is much more stringent than what he brought. You're trying to put this on a bill to ban trans health care. The 2 most explosive nuclear bills of this session, you're putting them to, and I see Erdman's in the queue to call the question. We're talking about stuff. You can fall out of the queue and do it later. The 2 most explosive bills of this session, you are so unable to lose fair and square that you're seriously blowing up the entire rest of the session just for this. No consent calendar, no gubernatorial appointments.
1 minute.
We said we'd do the opportunity scholarships that Senator Linehan has been working on for 7+ years. When she should have followed the Kauth playbook, got appointed, rolled in here, and passed her hateful little bill right off the gate. Now we know that can be done. We're going to talk about the substance of this amendment because Nebraskans need to know they're watching us in the nail salon for F's sake because they don't like what you're doing. This will take up the rest of the day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that. So Senator Hunt says we don't do this. We did this same thing, I don't know how many times on 1107 a couple of years ago. It failed, and I don't know how many times that they adjusted that and brought it back. So it's not like we've never done this before. We have. And Senator Hunt, don't tell me what to do, get out of the queue or whatever. I'll do whatever I want. You look up there on the board, you have 1 vote, I have 1 vote. So don't try to tell me I should get out and come back in. All right? That's the way this works. Democratic process. So at the end of the day, we'll vote on whatever amendment you've seen dropped, and we'll decide who wins and who doesn't by the vote. And I've called the question earlier and it failed. The best part of that was we didn't have to listen to somebody ramble on about nothing. So maybe now you have something to talk about. Maybe that'll be better than listen to what we've been listening to all day. So we're now, with a few days left, 15 or 16 days, whatever it is, and it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. But don't try to stand up and take the high ground like we've never done this before, because we have. And if we have the votes, we'll do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Madam President. We have in the past struck the contents of a bill to use as a vehicle for a bill that's failed. It's a terrible practice, and yeah, it's happened. This isn't striking the terrible bill, this is adding to the terrible bill. And it's adding a new bill that really should have a hearing. So I'm sure that the chair of HHS is prepping for us to have a hearing. I assume it'll be published today that we're having a hearing in 7 days from now, because that's the appropriate thing to do. And as the chair of the committee, I would expect that the chair of the committee would hold himself to that standard. This is a brand new content and it needs to have a hearing. This amendment needs to have a hearing. I'm just standing over here doing math. How many select file bills are left? How many A bills are left? How many final reading bills are left? And how many hours are on each of those? There won't be gubernatorial appointments because we won't have time to do them. We'll pass the budget. And some effed up regressive health care baloney skittles. That's what we're going to do this year. We have an economic crisis, and that's what we're going to do this year. We got kids working overnight on the kill floor. That's what we're going to do this year. That's what we're going to do this year. I'll talk about whatever I want to talk about, Senator Erdman. I'll talk about the budget. I'll talk about a movie. I'll talk about a TV show. I'll talk about carbon capture concrete. I don't care. I actually love how much it irritates you. Every time you get on the mic and talk about how you are irritated with me, I love it. I live for it. And every time you do something like call the question because you don't want to hear me talk anymore, I love that too, because it's ridiculous. You look ridiculous when you do that. It's great. It is entertaining me, and it gives me a break. It gives me a break. And I love that too. So thank you. Obviously, something had happened. Obviously, something had happened. Everyone could tell. I could barely string words together. I was so visibly upset. I am so unbelievably disappointed in Senator Hansen, someone who I have worked with for such a long time, to do such a destructive thing in such a petty, small way. It is unbecoming of the chair of the HHS committee. This session is such a joke. We could be doing really important things. We could be doing really significant things. We could be doing transformational things for the lives of Nebraskans. But instead, we are just filling every minute of every hour of every day of every week with vitriol. We are not doing our jobs. We were sent here to govern. We were not sent here to create human rights violations. We were not sent here to ensure the destruction of an entire population of people. We were not sent here to make sure that women die. We were not sent here to make sure that trans kids die. That's not what I was sent here for. And if you were sent here for that reason, you live in a very dystopian reality. That is not what people should be sending their elected officials to do, is basically authorizing the death of people. We should be working together. We should be working on economic development and education, clean water, the future of our state.
Time, Senator. Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon, colleagues. Just returning from a meeting off the floor, so trying to get up to speed with the developments in regards to measures that have been filed that are causing a great deal of engagement, both on the upcoming education bill and then, of course, the hot button measure, LB 574, and how it seeks to reinvigorate the body's discussion in regards to that measure, and then also a ban on abortion rights in Nebraska. So that definitely has, I think, changed the tenor and the tone of our conversation this afternoon, as would be anticipated. But I definitely wanted to also thank the stakeholders who've been providing me and other senators with additional information in regards to the substantive aspects of the state claims bill, LB 282, which is on the board, and that we continue to deliberate today. I guess I want to just reaffirm kind of where I see things as they stand now, and just offer a reflection to this very, very quiet chamber that I find myself in this afternoon, which I think is a shame that we're not here in conversation with each other. We're not embracing and normalizing debate on key issues of the day, and we continue to be mired in a divisiveness, a toxicity that has plagued our nation's capital for far too long, and many of our sister states. And for many, many years, we've been somewhat insulated from due to the forward thinking of Nebraska citizens who adopted a one-house, nonpartisan, unicameral legislature. That doesn't mean that we've failed to take up controversial issues over the years. It doesn't mean that we've found ourselves in challenging circumstances over the years, but we're at this point today when we again have our attention turned and the session derailed by divisive measures that do a disservice to our constituents, to our institution, and to our state, and distract us from doing the important work of the people, where we can find a lot of common ground and consensus in a time of unprecedented economic prosperity. We've had some meaningful debate, but far too little meaningful debate, in my perspective, when it comes to figuring out how to address our state's number one challenge with it, which is workforce issues, and the solutions attendant thereto, whether it's childcare or housing or job training or education or updating our tax code or business development and infrastructure tools. And the body has decided to continue down the path of utilizing every tool in the toolbox, and that's something that's available to any senator at any time to represent their constituents as they see fit. But let me be clear, if that is the agreed upon understanding in terms of how we use
1
the
minute.
rules. Thank you, Madam President, that we unanimously adopted together. We don't get to be upset at Senator Kavanaugh for launching a filibuster. She's utilizing the rules we unanimously adopted. We don't get to be upset at Senator Ben Hansen for utilizing the rules that we adopted to bring forward this measure. We have to be careful and thoughtful that we're not having some sort of, moral selectivity in terms of our judgment. They're using the rules as they see fit, period. Now let's go. We either can talk about the issues in regards to the filibuster Senator Kavanaugh is waging, and we absolutely should talk about the measure that Senator Hansen introduced today, and how that changes the tenor and tone of our debate today and for the remaining weeks. They're both utilizing the tools available to them that we agreed upon unanimously.
Time,
so,
Senator.
thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Day, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I tried to get my thoughts together, but I'm so angry and upset right now that I literally couldn't put a pen to a piece of paper to try to organize what I was thinking. Sure, Senator Erdman, we did this with 1107 a few years ago. I wasn't here. But we're not talking about taxes. We're talking about people's lives, whether or not they live or die. We're not talking about another bite at the apple for a bill about taxes. We are talking about literally writing a bill to ban abortion care and gender affirming care at the very same time. We're not talking about money or taxes. We're talking about whether or not women are going to die. We're talking about whether or not transgender kids are going to kill themselves. And you guys just can't get enough. It's disgusting. I've said this before, and I keep having to repeat myself on the floor. I don't know how you people go home and sleep at night. I don't know how you do it. How do you go home, put your pillow under your head, and fall asleep thinking you're doing the right thing? And yes, Senator Erdman, maybe we will, at the end of the day, put the amendment up and see who wins or loses, according to your words. But if the amendment passes, you know who loses? Nebraskans. That's who loses. But congrats. Look at the great work you're doing to take health care away from your own constituents. And you think it's funny. You think it's funny because you think it's a game. Healthcare is not a game. Abortion care is not a game. It saves people's lives. It helps women get out of abusive situations. It keeps women and children from spending the rest of their lives suffering. Yes, Senator Albright, I'm looking right at you. Yes, I see you. Out of my mind. She says I'm out of my mind. Because I can literally look at other states and see that this stuff happens. You know who's out of their mind? The people who refuse to live in reality and continue to think that they get to have multiple bites at the apple for their bills that are going to cause people to die. You are the people that are out of your minds. And you think it's a game. It's not about winning or losing. But to you, it is. I literally have no idea how you people sleep at night. It's disgusting. I hope you start realizing what you're doing. People are going to die. Laugh. She's laughing. This is the thing. She's laughing. I'm without words anymore. I don't know what to say. You people continue to embarrass yourselves and embarrass the constituents that you represent because you are trying to literally take the rights of your own constituents away. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I know that there's been a lot of words utilized by members of the body, members of the public, those in the rotunda that have business before the legislature about the best words to describe this legislative session. We've heard a lot of discussions about the various and sundry packages that are moving through the legislature, whether it's tax or education or criminal justice or education. So that's definitely been one word that's been top of mind for a lot of people when thinking about this session. Filibuster, of course, has been something that's been on the tip of everyone's tongue in terms of their observations of the legislature this session. Unprecedented has been a word that we've heard a lot in terms of descriptions for this session. And hearing some of the passionate debate that has been before the body this year and even just this afternoon, I'm forever an optimist, and that's why I'm here, because I believe in this institution and I believe in this work. And I know when it's the darkest and it seems the hardest and the most fractured, that's when we got to lean in harder with more love and more light and keep fighting and stand witness and try to stay in conversation with each other and try and figure out how we can keep charting a course for a better tomorrow for our beloved Nebraska, which we all hold dear, and all of our Nebraska neighbors, which we care deeply about. But I'll tell you, I'm deeply concerned about where we are just in terms of general civility with each other. The same sort of venom directed against those who are opposed to these measures, it shouldn't go the other way. The venom should stop. And if we want it to stop on the outside or online, we have to start that. We have to start that in here together. We can and we should be passionate. Absolutely. We do have different points of view. We do have authentically held different perspectives on a lot of really important issues, including tough issues like LGBTQ rights and abortion rights, economic justice, voting rights, the list goes on and on and on. But we do have to ask ourselves hard questions as we debate those. Why are we at this point here in Nebraska? Our constituents aren't crying out for this kind of focus. It is clear, it is unequivocal, it has been printed widely in media reports that the reason these anti-trans measures are before the Nebraska legislature and state legislatures writ large is because the architects of these measures were looking for something to rally the base after gay marriage passed and widespread acceptance came to bear. and ensuring the freedom to marry for all Americans. And
1 minute.
the architects, thank you, Madam President, said very clearly, we started throwing things at the wall to see what would stick. And what they found was divisive measures targeting trans children. That's why we're here today. It's widely written about. The architects of that strategy have bragged about it. And it's not just Senator Kavanaugh, myself, Senator Day, others who are concerned about these measures. It's hundreds of business leaders in Nebraska who've cried out and said, stop, please choose a different path for your time and attention and focus. And we can't hear them and we can't hear each other because we're mired in this divisive dysfunction. And that's a disservice to all of us, our constituents in this institution. But I'm not going to stop trying, and I'm not going to laugh at my colleagues who bring
Time,
passion to
Senator.
this floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Hunt, you're recognized.
I hope you all listen to Senator Conrad when she speaks. She brings such a measured and focused and kind view to the cruelty and unkindness as exemplified by Senator Albright just openly laughing at Senator Day while she's speaking. As exemplified earlier this session by Senator Slama just openly laughing at people in the gallery who were emotional about passing the bill reducing gun restrictions. The nastiness is so we're taking another bite at the apple with the Preborn Child Protection Act brought by chiropractor Ben Hansen. Oh, don't be nasty, Megan. Well, let's say what it is. This amendment strikes the original sections and all amendments thereto and inserts the following new sections. So what this does is it hollows out the bigoted, hateful, anti-trans bill brought by Senator Kauth, supported by most of you, even though you know how deeply this affects me personally, and thereby destroying the relationship that we have, thereby completely burning the bridge with me as a coworker and a colleague by choice. What this bill does is it hollows out that bill and it adds a 12-week ban with criminal penalties that has never had a hearing, that is a completely new bill that has never been heard before in this legislature, needs to be heard in front of judiciary since it has criminal penalties. And then it also has the anti-trans bill in here as well. So we're going to do, knock them out both with one bill. We're going to hate the trans kids and hate the women and families of Nebraska. Okay, I'm just reading part of this. It has a grandfather clause, which I know that proponents of LB 574 have really been fighting for in these negotiations or listening session, as Senator Kauth calls them. But what a grandfather clause does is it's basically delayed implementation. What does this mean when we have a family that's moving to Offutt Air Force Base and they have a child who's 16 or 17 who's been on hormone therapy for a few years perhaps, and they come move to Nebraska? Will they be able to continue hormone therapy? Well, that's not clear from this bill. Everything that Senator Conrad says has been so resonant with me, and I'm so annoyed and frustrated that it hasn't been resonant with you. The venom, the hatred, the willful division of this institution and in this body, the way it has fallen from dignity and the good work that we're called here to do. The vast chasms that we have been willing to bridge on things like tax credits, support, public dollars for private schools that Senator Linehan has been working for 7 years. There are so many trades that we gave you, that we were willing to do to protect women and kids in Nebraska.
1 minute.
And none of it was acceptable to you. This is really a Rubicon moment in the Nebraska legislature where we have crossed a point of no return to me. The amendment is AM 1658, and I encourage Nebraskans to give it a read and reach out to your lawmakers, not just your own state senator, but all of us with your thoughts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. I feel like we were just debating the abortion bill just last week. And, probably the hardest thing about this is very similar to Senator Conrad, I believe, trying to be the eternal optimist. I have been in this body for the last 7 years, have what I believe really good working relationships with individuals. I try really hard to separate out the different relationships I have, especially on issues, because any given day we're going to be working on different pieces of legislation on different issues. Even right now, I have bills in the education package. I have bills on this E15 bill, and I want to make sure that we're working on the right things. The hardest part about this is this bill failed to advance in its first round. It failed cloture. And what's hard is history does repeat itself. We've had moments in the past where bills have died and sort of come back. And I think what we've seen is this has not been a positive impact in terms of the culture of the legislature when that's happened. Now, I still remain opposed to that legislation, and based on everything I'm seeing, still opposed to this legislation, especially the marrying the two on two different subject matter. And I want that to be very, very fundamentally clear. But the heartache I have on this is this has not worked out well for our body. It hasn't worked out well in the past when this has happened. And there's lessons to be learned about that. And it could continue to fracture our relationships, even when some of us bounce back and say, well, let's work on the next thing together, even though we've disagreed or we fought or we've had hard times. But this makes it harder. So hearing Senator Hunt talk about this Rubicon moment, I said here to Senator Conrad, it's a great way of it communicating this, because it's sort of this point of no return where we feel it. It feels extremely heavy in this room. Even when it just got filed, people were. I just hope we really understand what that looks like and what that means. We had a really productive, at least I felt like very productive conversations on the budget, even when I disagreed or we had different disagreements on different items. Some things I supported and didn't support, but what I felt like is we were trying to move forward. And the hardest part I have with this is I feel like we're not moving forward, but we're trying to sort of recreate and try to do everything we can for this issue. And we've said, at least for the majority of the body, or for what it requires for cloture, that we're going to move forward. And it's not that it's being reprioritized or being brought next session, or, the subject matter in this even would require a new hearing. We're saying, no, we're going to attach it to something else. And everything we do in this body, if we don't realize it does have repercussions on the relationships or the hope that we have on trying to actually move things forward, it absolutely does. And so I say that to my colleagues that have sort of the whispers of, I want these last, less than 20 days now, way less than that, to focus on getting some more things done, even if we disagree or agree on the legislation, but to actually figure out how we can provide the tax relief, provide the economic development, make the improvements in education. Some things that I don't even agree with or support, also passing those, because there's a prioritization list on what is most important for the majority of the body. So I just say this because what I found in the last 6-7 years is that this hasn't panned out well when it's happened for other issues. But I also hope that each member takes it very seriously on what we are doing in regards to this. And we'll have the debate when we get to the bill. But I've expressed this, still trying to be very hopeful, still going to work with my colleagues on a lot of different things, but still frustrated that we're at this juncture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Riepe would move to invoke cloture on LB 282 pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor? Oh, roll call. Yeah. Okay. Roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Armendariz. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Boston. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Senator Bostelman. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Senator Breezy. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting yes. Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator DeKay. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Voting yes. Senator Dungan. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Frederickson. Voting yes. Senator Holleran. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Hardin. Voting yes. Senator Holcroft. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Kauth. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lippincott. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting no. Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Senator Riepe. Voting yes. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Vote is 38 ayes, 3 nays to place the House under call.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Raybold, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. Senator Wishart, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. Senator Reapy, we are missing Senator Raybold. Would you like to proceed or wait?
I would like to proceed, please.
Thank you, Senator. Members, the first vote is on the motion to invoke cloture. All those in favor, say aye. I'll request for a roll call. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Halloran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Not voting. Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Kauth. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lippincott. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Senator Riepe. Voting yes. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 43 yeas, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the cloture motion.
The motion to invoke cloture is adopted. Members, the next vote is on the adoption of FA 100. Roll call vote, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Blood. Voting no. Senator Boston. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Conrad. Voting no. Senator Day. Voting no. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator DeKay. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting no. Senator Dover. Voting no. Senator Dungan. Voting no. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Frederickson. Voting no. Senator Holleran. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Voting no. Senator Hardin. Voting no. Senator Holcroft. Voting no. Senator Hughes. Voting no. Senator Hunt. Voting no. Senator Ibaugh. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Voting no. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Lowe. Voting no. Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Voting no. Senator Mosier. Voting no. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Raybold. Senator Riepe. Voting no. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Voting no. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Walls. Voting no. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is 0 ayes, 45 nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of FA 100.
FA 100 is not adopted. The next question is the adoption of AM 1354, a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Armendariz. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Voting yes. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Boston. Voting yes. Senator Bostar. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Senator Breezy. Voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Clements. Voting yes. Senator Conrad. Voting yes. Senator Day. Voting yes. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes. Senator DeKay. Voting yes. Senator Dorn. Voting yes. Senator Dover. Voting yes. Senator Dungan. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting yes. Senator Frederickson. Voting yes. Senator Holleran. Voting yes. Senator Hansen. Voting yes. Senator Hardin. Voting yes. Senator Holcroft. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Voting yes. Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Kauth. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lippincott. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Voting yes. Senator Mosier. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Senator Riepe. Voting yes. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Voting yes. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Voting yes. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 45 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 1354 is adopted. Senator Ballard, do you have a motion?
Mr. President, I move that LB 282 be advanced to E&R for engrossing.
The question is the advancement of LB 8282 for E&R engrossment. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holdcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, Senator Riepe, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart, voting yes. Vote is 44 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on advancement to E&R for engrossing.
LB 282 is advanced for E&R engrossing. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, amendment to be printed Senator Hansen to LB 574.
Speaker Arch, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request that we pass over LB 562, proceed to LB 705. My intention is to stay this evening until a vote is taken on LB 705. Thank you.
Senator Kavanaugh, please state the point of order and then.
I would like us to not pass over the next bill.
Thank you, Senator. Please come up front if you would, and Speaker Arch as well. It's the ruling of the chair that the speaker has the inherent right to set the agenda and pass over items. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you have a motion.
I would like to make a motion to overrule the chair.
There's been a motion to overrule the chair. All members may speak one time. No members may yield time or ask questions. Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your motion to overrule the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I know that I can't overrule the agenda, but I can take time, and I can find creative ways to take time, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take it here. I'm going to take it there. I'm going to take it everywhere I can. I'm going to take time. So I'm going to do a point of order. I'm going to do a motion to overrule the chair. I'm going to do a roll call vote on everything on cloture because that all takes time. We went to cloture at 4:38 and it is 4:57. So that is 20 minutes, 20 extra minutes that I just took. on purpose. And from this moment forward, I am taking all of the time available to me to take every day. So whenever we're done with this, we've got 4 hours on 7:05. So that'll be 5 + 4, 9:30-ish. If we go to that 7:05 now, we'll be done with it at 9:30. So every minute that we take after that is a minute later on 7:05. And I'm not going to do what I've done and just sit down because it's the last thing on the agenda. I'm not going to do that. We're going to be in this together, colleagues. We're going to be in this together. We are in the trenches. We have made choices. They have been bad choices, but we have made them, and we are in this together, and I am here for all of it. I'm so serious, I put my hair up in a scrunchie. Had a joke with Senator Sarah Howard that my first year that you could tell when several of us were getting tired or frustrated as the day would go on because our hair would get pulled up. And yeah, I got my hair up and I'm ready. So here we are. I've been thinking over the last 30 minutes or so, why am I so upset about this amendment on 574? And there's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of technical reasons to be upset about it. But what it really comes down to is that it appears to be a way to entice people who might not otherwise vote for 574 to vote for it. And that is part of what really upsets me, is this just really trying to strong arm people into voting for your Skittles. And they don't want to. They're allergic to yellow number 5 or whatever. They don't want to vote for your Skittles. They don't like Skittles. They don't want Skittles, but you're trying to force them to vote for it. You're literally trying to shove Skittles down your colleagues' throats, and they don't like them. And they don't want them. They might even be allergic to them. They might cause them death and harm. But here we are, shoving Skittles down the throats of each other to get our way. Not working on it. That used to be what we would do. We would work on it. It's not even Senator Reepe's amendment that's being attached to 574. It's some weird Frankenstein of 626 in Senator Reepe's amendment and the current statute. It's got the worst of all worlds, something for everyone to be disgusted by, trying to force people who have stated over and over again that they support a 12-week ban but not a 6-week ban into voting for another bill that maybe they don't support that bill. Maybe that's why this is happening. Not because we want to get an abortion ban in Nebraska, but maybe this is the only way that we can get anti-trans healthcare ban passed, is if we add abortion to it. Maybe that's what's happening here. Maybe we're trying to force people who have come to realize, who have educated themselves on the terribleness that is LB 574, and they have come to realize that this is horrible policy that is hurtful and detrimental to not only children, which should be the first and foremost reason, but also the economy. We are hearing from businesses repeatedly about how bad just the introduction of 574 has been for our economy. And so now we have to go further. We have to force our colleagues to eat those Skittles. And so we are going to add some version of 626 to 574 to force our colleagues to vote for these two atrocities of bills at once. I guess if you're going to get a root canal, have all your teeth torn out at once, makes sense. Do all the painful things, all the horrible things, make all the bad choices all at once. And we're going to have the conversation over germaneness, oh, we're going to have that conversation. It's going to be a rich conversation. It is going to be a long conversation because I want to set up the court case on this. I want to set the groundwork for the lawsuit. So we're going to have the germaneness conversation, and God willing, that germaneness conversation will trickle over to all the other bills that have become these Frankensteins this session, all the other massive packages that have no germaneness whatsoever. Hopefully, the conversation on germaneness on 574 and 626 is going to lead to the public saying, hey, wait a minute, you passed a lot of things that wasn't up to snuff. That's not how it should be. I'm going to file a lawsuit. I'm going to file a lawsuit because you've got these monsters coming through with 20, 25, 30 bills packaged together, no actual public debate because you have so many bills packaged together that nobody even knows what they're voting on. So there's no conversation on them. I hope that 574 results in people waking up in this state, paying attention to how poorly this session has gone, and start to fight back in the courts. You don't have to just fight on 574. There's a lot to fight on because we have done a terrible job. We have ramrodded all kinds of things together into the package. Respect the package. It's the package. We have done the worst of the worst that we can possibly do. And it's going to come to fruition because people are going to see what happens with 574 and they're going to be like, wait a second, that's just 2 bills. What about those packages that were 20 bills? What about those packages that were 25 bills? We should take a deeper look at the germaneness of those. And guess what you're going to find? They're not germane. And they're not going to be found germane because the presumption of germaneness, they're not all in committee. They're not all committee amendments. They're things that were amended on the floor. They were an amendment that had 20 bills in it that weren't a committee amendment. They're not germane. They're not. So it's going to be a cluster. A cluster. And that really succinctly defines this session, just a cluster of Skittles. Just a cluster of Skittles. Nebraska, I'd say you deserve better, but I guess you elected us, so I don't know. Maybe this is what we deserve. Maybe we are getting exactly what we deserve, which is a cluster of Skittles, because elections do matter, and this body was elected. So, yeah, I see stuff is being passed out. I don't know what is being passed out. God, hoping it's some other cluster of procedure or whatever.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, it's just a state statute, probably for something in LV 705. So, please feel free. Join the conversation because it's not ending anytime soon. We are all in this sinking Titanic ship together. Let's organize the chairs on the deck, shall we? Because that's what's really important here. Organizing the chairs on the deck while the Titanic is sinking. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. Yes, it is past 5 o'clock. Good evening, colleagues. Just before I embark on my debates, commentary in regards to the motion to overrule the chair, could you just help me refresh my recollection so I can organize my thoughts? Is it a standard 5 minutes or is it a longer speaking period?
One time, 5 minutes.
Okay, very good. I knew the one time and you couldn't yield, but I couldn't remember exactly the length. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Colleagues, I'm going to keep an open mind here, but I anticipate that I'll probably vote against overruling the chair. I think he was probably correct in terms of his ruling in regards to the speaker's prerogative in setting the agenda. I think, as per our typical practice, when an individual member wants to reorder the agenda or has a disagreement with how the speaker has set our agenda, that as per usual, it throws the decision to the collective. If we wanted to file a motion to reset the agenda, I think that's probably the most prudent course of action procedurally to effectuate the same goal that Senator Kavanaugh has brought forward. You might remember I attempted to utilize that procedural move very early in the session when we kind of first started to hit roadblocks in regards to, I think it was then LB 147 and some other items that were on early agendas, more technical in nature. Senator Blood brought forward a motion in that regard. I think, gosh, the time runs together in a strange way, maybe just in the last couple of weeks. But I think in terms of our precedent, and call me old-fashioned, I think it does still matter. And in regards to our rules, I'm going to probably not move to overrule the chair, but to sustain the chair's ruling, and then would suggest that those who are interested in keeping the ethanol bill on the agenda and not moving directly to the Education Committee measure would simply instead file a motion to reorder the agenda instead of overruling the chair for precedence purposes. Just to add a few additional points in terms of where we find ourselves today. Definitely not what I anticipated when I woke up this morning. I think we were all grateful to have a somewhat less contentious agenda before us this week in terms of the claims bill and our budgetary obligations and some revenue measures perhaps. And, you know, I think it really took our breath away when we received wind that not only would we see, you know, kind of maybe a doubling down in regards to utilizing procedural moves to bring forward an abortion ban in Nebraska, and then to move forward with an anti-trans measure that is now coupled together and that we're all digesting in this new amendment that was made public. So I'm disappointed we are where we are. I am grateful, however, that we will have time to signal these concerns to the broader public, to the second house, to key stakeholders. I still haven't finished responding to thank you notes in my inbox and in my correspondence yet from women and doctors all across Nebraska who were crying tears of relief, who were sighing, feared, who were still in the emotional throes and the aftermath of defeating LB 626 by not being able to break a filibuster. And they were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. They were finally able to carry out their work with their patients in regards to starting or planning or expanding their family. And then here we are today. None of us expected that we'd wake up again with a radical abortion bill back before the Nebraska Legislature in the final few weeks of the session, paired with an anti-trans measure. And it's a lot to take in. And I'm grateful that we have hopefully as much time as possible to sound a warning again and to ask Nebraskans to lean in, to contact their senators, to speak out and help us regain a focus on things that matter to Nebraskans instead of a divisive social agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I don't know how I'm going to vote on the overrule the chair either. I appreciate Senator Conrad's comments about that. I do think there is maybe it's illustrative of how things have worked around here so far this year. I remember sitting here thinking about one of my first floor speeches of the year was about the process of the Committee on Committees and how when you have the ability to do something doesn't mean that you should do that. And that, I guess a version of might doesn't always equal right. And so we are, again, rearranging the agenda because the majority doesn't have the votes here, I guess, for a bill that's important to them, or something along those lines. I guess I don't know why we're reordering the agenda at this moment or passing over a bill that we've all been told is very important and I think had pretty unanimous support in the last round of debate. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but there has been, I haven't spoken a lot in the last couple weeks, last many weeks really, and part of that has been in deference to working in good faith towards some progress and compromise about the broader issues that have been hanging up this legislature for this session. Been attempting to maybe be a little bit more removed from the passions of the day-to-day floor debate. And we come today to see that there is an amendment that was dropped without, I think we were given about a 15-minute head start, told that it was going to be dropped, weren't showed the amendment before that. And it is, now we're seeing, integrating a bill that was defeated a week, 2 weeks ago to another sort of controversial bill, integrated into another controversial bill that has been one of the biggest problems and hurdles to this session. And rather than focus on the important economic issues that the state of Nebraska, the people of the state of Nebraska are interested in and asking us to focus on, we're again going back, taking another attempt at a part of the, what people call the culture war, issues that inflame passions and get people to, campaign issues people can run on and pound on their desk and talk about, rather than the things that matter to everyday Nebraskans, matter to most people. We're here inserting ourselves in, the only consistency in this amendment is that the two separate bills are implicated in invasions of privacy, telling people how to interact with their doctors. So I haven't had as thorough a chance to read it at this point as I'd like to be able to comment on it. But I think it's important that we recognize that this body functions best when it functions uses the processes that have been established, uses the precedents, and uses its deliberation. And that's not what we're seeing happening at the moment. And so I would hope that where we're at right now, whenever this comes up, that people will take a step back and not just go along with what they're told by whoever outside of this chamber, but to listen, to deliberate, to think about what the actual implications of this are, and to make sure that we're not rushing. Thank you, Mr. President. We're not rushing into something just because of political pressure from those outside. And so I'm going to sit and listen. Looks like quite a few people in the queue. I'll listen to the debate about the overruling the chair and make my decision when we get to that point. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I also rise today unsure necessarily about how I'm going to vote on this motion to overrule the chair. I've spent quite a bit of time reading the rule book, trying to get familiar with that. For those who are also freshmen, you know that when you first come into the body, that's one of the things that you're told is read the rule book, try to absorb that. And for as much as you read it, it doesn't really start to make sense until you're actually in here. So I appreciate some of the comments made by my colleagues with regards to this motion to overrule the chair versus a motion to reorder the agenda and things such as that. So I genuinely don't really know if I'm supportive of this motion to overrule the chair, just given the fact that I think it might have been the correct ruling. However, the reason I punched in is because this got me thinking about rules. And obviously, when we came into this body early this session, we had a number of conversations about rules. We had a number of conversations about the process and the procedure. And I think one of the first things that I said on the microphone was something with regards to how interesting it is when you get in here and you realize that the rule book sometimes is treated more like a suggestion. And coming from a background where generally the rules are the rules in the courtroom or things like that, it's a little bit difficult to accept that the rules are sometimes merely just suggestions. And I think that having an understanding of the rules and having the ability to utilize the rules is a tool that we all should have and we should all benefit from. But with the discovery that we have of this new amendment that's been filed on 574 and with the conversation that's been surrounding that, it felt to me like a vast circumvention of those rules. And what I mean by that is throughout this entire legislative session, we have talked about the process and the procedure that we tend to follow. And that process and procedure starts with a bill being introduced. It allows that bill to go through the committee hearing process, upon which that committee hearing, you allow the testimony to come in and talk about that. And then ultimately, if it's voted out of that committee, it then goes through the 3 rounds of debate that we have on the floor. The notion of introducing a completely new version of a ban on abortion on top of a ban on youth receiving gender-affirming care when you're at the final reading stage of that bill strikes me as incredibly alarming. And I think that Senator Kavanaugh hit the nail on the head when he said that just because you can doesn't mean you should. And just because you have the might doesn't, in fact, make it right. And so this entire process, I'm learning as I go, we all are, but I find it incredibly concerning that something that is potentially not germane to the underlying bill could ultimately be tacked on here at the last minute. I also find it incredibly concerning that the language of that particular amendment with regards to this proposed 12-week ban is not something we've seen before. For those who are going to say that it's the same as what Senator Riepe introduced during our last discussion, it's not. I also have not had a chance to review the entirety of the amendment in great detail, but I can assure you that it differs from what Senator Riepe had proposed in the amendments that were being considered that ultimately was refused to be considered by this body. And it differs in a number of ways. My understanding is, and I'll get more into details about this as I read more of it, but it doesn't have an exception for fetal anomalies. It does not have a specific provision repealing criminal penalties for doctors. And so the fact that it doesn't actually take into consideration some of those prior considerations is concerning to me. And then in addition to that, 574, the amendments that are being proposed for that, fail to, at least in my understanding, take into consideration a number of the things that were being considered or at least asked to be considered by folks who had previously opposed it. And at the end of the day, both 574 and 626, or whatever we're going to call this new iteration, absolutely, thank you, Mr. President, absolutely get between a doctor and their patients. They get between a parent and their kid. They get between those who are making these decisions and those who they're most affecting. And I find that incredibly problematic. So colleagues, I would absolutely, as we continue down this path over the next week, 2 weeks, however long this is, urge you to think about the rules, think about the process and procedure. I absolutely have remained off the mic, I think, during a number of these discussions, again, out of respect to try to respect this process. But I can only imagine that if we see great disrespect for the process on one end, you're going to likely see it on the other. So with that, I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the time. So as we work through the process of overruling the chair, it is my understanding that each member gets to speak one time. Rule 1, Section 12 says, no member may speak more than once unless by leave of the legislature. So I believe one time is all you get to speak. There's no such thing as an opening and a close on overruling the chair. Having said that, I will let you know that I'm not going to vote to overrule the chair. I think the speaker has every right to reschedule the agenda if he so chooses. And so I will be voting to sustain the chair's decision. I believe he made the correct decision, and I encourage the rest of you to vote the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators,
Friends all, I actually stand opposed to the overruling of the chair, but I do have a keen understanding of why this motion has been made. I am consistently puzzled by some of the maneuvers that have been done this year, and I hope at the very least that the freshman senators have been paying close attention. I have never seen so many people looking at the roll book ever in the 7 years that I've been here. I think that that's a huge benefit. And as you look at that roll book, I hope you not only look at different ways that you yourself can maneuver things, sometimes to your benefit, but also look at what is germane and what is not germane, and the way that we usually do omnibus bills. I don't like to say Christmas tree bills. I like to say omnibus bills because I think Christmas tree bills sounds very high school. But I want you to be sure that you learn more than 1 or 2 lessons this year. Whether you are for or against this bill, this amendment that people are concerned about, just remember that there's also a process that you need to learn about. And the fact that we have passed through several readings, bills that were indeed definitely not germane this year, please understand that that is not our usual practice, and that when we choose to do these things, we are literally spitting in the face of our predecessors and those who came before us, who set these rules in this beautiful nonpartisan body so that we could all go along to get along. And so I, again, stand against overruling the chair. I actually would like to get to LB 705 because I actually have an amendment in it that's very important to our military spouses and the DOD. But I respect the process and I respect the reason that this is being done. With that, I would yield back any time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I stand against the overrule the chair motion and for sustaining the rule of the chair because our rules dictate that the speaker has the ability to change the order of what we debate. I stand against the motion to overrule the chair and for the ability of the speaker to change the agenda because that is what our rules say. I am curious why we are going past this bill. The speaker didn't say, perhaps he'll tell me if I ask him over the dinner hour why we are skipping past it. But the level of trust in here right now, as you might imagine, is not super great. And so we see everything, all of us, every single one of us in here starts to see everything as something more than what it actually is. So I would like to know why we're passing it up. If it's just not ready, that's usually the reason in the past that we have passed things. But then I have a deeper concern. We have worked ourselves into a corner. All of us in this room are part of it. I'm part of it. Everyone in this room is part of it. With the possible exception of the short session, special session on redistricting, I have never been lied to so much in this room. I have never been gaslit so much in this building as I have during this session. And I keep trying and thinking, yes, a bunch of people just lied to my face about this vote, but we just keep trying and trying and trying. Yes, many of them were my friends, but we keep trying. And I wonder if this is the way we ought to govern. I wonder if the people of the state of Nebraska want us to govern this way.
If they want us to lie to each other, make backroom deals, basically do all the things that those jokes you heard as a kid about politicians say politicians do. I don't want us to become like that. And it's not just one thing, and frankly, I am just as much, I'm sure, I can't think of anything at this exact moment, but as soon as I get off the microphone, I'll think of something I did too. Because we've gotten ourselves into a very toxic culture here. And there's not a person in this room that I don't look at and think, you know, here's a person who's really trying hard, who's given up probably a much more lucrative opportunity in their life to come here and do this work. And I think, why did we all come here? Did we come here to try to get whatever we could get done for our side? Doesn't matter about anybody else. The people that are no longer in this body that I have served with in the past, there's not a single person of that group that I can't imagine seeing 5 or 10 years from now and running up and hugging them, because when we work together in this place, there is a bond that forms, but it's not forming this year because we don't see each other as people, I guess. I don't know what's going on. I understand that people don't like the filibuster. I understand that people don't like specific rules. Someone once said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. And this house is very divided against itself. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
There's a lot of parts of what Senator DeBoer, thank you very, very much, President. A lot of parts of what Senator DeBoer said. Look, I actually am against the overrule the chair, largely because I think this is part of the speaker's ability and authority to change the agenda. I think that, look, I'd love to talk about adopting the E15 Access Standard Act. I have a bill that I'm trying to amend on that, and I know there's going to be continued debate on that. I guess we're pushing it over because we're not ready or there's not enough consensus on that bill. But I do know that there's the moving on to the next bill. There's also things that I care about on that. But I do want to make sure that we are at least protecting the speaker's ability to continue to change the agenda as they so see, even when I disagree, because it is something that is the power of the speaker. But when we get to it, my hope is that we can continue to support the not overruling the chair so that the speaker's ability to do this is kept intact. But at the same time, I'm hopeful we'll have a conversation about germaneness on other bills, or whether or not new legislation would warrant a new hearing for some of the other bills we talked about. I care about the rules, I care about the procedure, and I want to make sure that we're continuing empowering those. So with that, I yield the remainder of my time back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Breezy, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. A brief announcement. Pursuant to Rule 4, Section 3B, interim study resolutions may be introduced up to and including the 80th legislative day. The 80th legislative day will be Thursday, May 18th, so interim study resolutions must be introduced by noon on that day in order to allow the clerk's office time to process them prior to adjournment. Standing committees may also introduce one additional interim study resolution prior to adjournment sine die. Interim study requests submitted to the bill drafting staff by noon on Tuesday, May 16th will be guaranteed to be ready for introduction on the 80th legislative day. Requests received after that time will be drafted if time permits. Should you have any questions, please feel free to contact my office. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Members, we will stand at ease until 6:05.